Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on February 2nd, Groundhog Day, where the real question is it time to buy the dip again? We don't know. S&P keeps coming back to unchanged for the year, NASDAQ as well. We will find out as I get to the panel this morning. Markets were much lower, and now they've come back a little bit. Energy getting hit a little bit. Crude down 5% this morning. Natural gas down 17%. Folks, these percentages in futures, I'm not a big percentage guy. These percentages are pretty big, man. Look at here we go. Silver's up 5-6%. Copper's down 2%. Gold is unchanged. Every time I turn my head, gold's moved 30, 40 handles. It's crazy. You can't quote a price. Platinum's down a little bit this morning. Metals are kind of all over the place. Bond market is back being down. It was just up. It was down earlier, up, and then here we go, down again. Volatility is back. Some strength in the dollar against the currencies, and I wonder if that's eventually going to play out against the indexes. Is that going to play a role? It should, but what things should do doesn't mean they will in equities. We all know that. All right, let me get to the panel. No Shai today. Shai is in Riyadh at the OPEC meeting. So if you're out there, maybe send her a message. Maybe she'll come meet you. Maybe she won't. I don't know. Who knows? But we miss you, Shai. So no Shai this morning. She will be back next week. Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And the man taking up the most real estate in the studio, even though he's not in the studio, the one and only Jimmy Cags Cagnina, senior market strategist. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Naples. I got great news for you, Deli. When I was searching around for my winter snow boots, I found a whole stash of flannels in a box. They're coming out.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, if you guys weren't here last week, we got Yeehaw Jim. Instead of the Edge Report, it's now called the Crop Report. Probably comes to live again this week. We'll see what kind of flannels, and he's referencing Brad Pitt. And I think he's losing it, Craig. I'm not sure. He's getting crazy. Again, markets, a lot to talk about this morning. We don't have Shai for the news. So, Craig, the news.
Yeah, look, I think the big story from Friday was this epic reversal in precious metals, right? We basically, been talking all week, last week, about the move in the dollar and the accelerated moves lower in the dollar, and then the president coming out, I think it was Wednesday afternoon, talking about acceptance of a weak dollar. And we had a crescendo kind of blow-off move there. Dollar euro through 120, and gold I think hit 5,600 in the overnight session Thursday. Silver to the moon, and then not surprisingly, what we got after that was some talk from Secretary Bessent. We're still in favor of a strong dollar. Hassett was out talking about the dollar. We're in favor of a strong dollar, and then the Kevin Warsh pick. And I don't necessarily think that the Kevin Warsh pick by itself was something that, accelerated the move, but it was something that people had to think about, right? And the one-way trade of weak dollar momentum stopped kind of dead in its tracks. And so if you have an object in motion, stays in motion, but then once it stops, it could reverse. And so I think what we saw is people were looking at it and saying, okay, is he as hawkish as he used to be? What's going to happen? And so I think that led to a bit of a cascade. Now, did the president have to make that decision last week? He had talked about it, that the decision was going to actually come this week. So he kind of accelerated the timeline a little bit. Was there some talk internally, hey, we got to slow down the pace of dollar devaluation here? Because I think the American public understands when the weak dollar moves rapidly and gold and silver are moving, oil's moving, people get inflation expectations are going to come back and there's an issue. So I think the administration wanted to tamp down that momentum. They make the Warsh pick, and we get a violent reversal, right? We get a big move lower in precious, kind of historic day yesterday on Friday. We get a bounce in the dollar. And what we talked about is, year to date, the highest correlation trades we've seen have all been weak dollar related. EM equities, precious metals, energy stocks, high beta, things. And so benefiting from low volatility. Once that started to reverse, we kind of started to see the unwind of all this. And I think as we move into this week, if the dollar could continue to grind higher, people are going to be caught off guard here. Hedging for weak dollar positions as of Friday was about as expensive as we've seen in 15 years. So people have pressed this weak dollar trade. The check back here could get violent, and that's how you get the cross-asset volatility that we've been talking about from commodities that's moved into FX, that it goes into equities. And I think we could be setting up for that kind of event. I talked about it on the Sunday show, potentially a systemic vol event similar to what we saw in August of 2024 with the yen carry trade unwind, or February of 2018 with the Volmageddon. I'm not, not necessarily, but this is how you get those types of events. And so if the dollar is going to rally this week, I think that, people are very offsides. VAR shock, deleveraging, positions need to come down. Risk managers are tapping guys on the shoulders. And, we could be heading into that as we move through this week. Huge data week this week, culminating with payrolls on Friday. So a lot going on. Earnings as well. Google after the close on Wednesday. Amazon after the close on Thursday. Palantir after the close tonight. So keep your head on a swivel this week.
No doubt. And when we look at the dollar going back up, the de-risking, right? Metals, this is what started it. You could say what you want about it. The dollar going up and that fear was a trigger. And obviously it's going to be a waterfall. I mean, we all knew eventually it was going to happen. No one knew when. Somewhat predictable in silver, I would say. It was very capitulation-like, but it's just so hard to trade. It's like, I'm looking at it going, you could park a Mack truck and put a Walmart between the bid and offer in the options market. I'm like, how can I buy a put here? I was looking at puts several times, and like, it's just untradeable. I mean, just nowhere to go with it. But now I think metals actually, we'll see what happens over the coming days, but I think that they'll become a decent trade again for day traders. I think right now the risk is just so high, man. You don't know where you're right or wrong. I mean, because this is not driven by just technicals. This is driven by other factors, and I think that the dollar getting bid now against, currencies, like you said, everyone's offside there. Look at the bond market. I mean, the bond market's busy now a little bit again. Equity markets are now busy again. The question's going to be, does this really hurt the equity market? And I said this morning at the Groundhog Day, are we finally ready for S&P to go a little bit negative on the year and test the bottom part of this range? I think we are. I'm a little short because I like pain, so I don't know what else to say, Jimmy, when I look at you, I'm long puts again. I mean, I bought them at the end of the week last week. Again, I'm in a small position. I definitely will be adding to it. If we get below 69.202 today, I will be in a full port long put short scenario, and I keep kind of spreading them out. I got some closing February 6th to 13th. I'm doing Friday expiries, but again, we'll wait and see. I'm not going to get too heavy here, but again, we'll look at it this morning. Let's get to the tape a little bit. S&P 69.34. I mean, it's almost 80 handles off the low. I think they had an 80 handle rally off the low. NASDAQ is down 188 to 25,483, right where we opened the year. I mean, we're sharply unchanged, as I've said a million times. We can't get away from it. I don't remember a time where we've traded around January in recent memory this many times. Above it, back below it, above it, back below it, right to it, just sitting here. And the reason why that matters is we're marked the year to it. So the year's unchanged. If you really think about everything that's happened, the fact that the indexes are unchanged, I think is quite impressive. And so it is what it is. Natural gas down 17% this morning, 360. With this cold front coming in, is that, do you think, I mean, we've got the heat on here in Naples, Florida. Is the dollar strength spilling into the natural gas? You wouldn't think so,
I think
right?
it's more of a better to have traveled than to have arrived situation. And so you kind of go into, you had the cold weather is here now, but the forward 2-week outlook is not as bad. And so you get kind of a fall looking and heating degree days. And so they just, blast it.
Well, what about crude oil then, Craig? 61.95. Do you think that was impacted by this dollar strength a little bit?
I think crude is down because Shai's in Saudi Arabia. But no, look, I think there was some speculation towards the tail end of last week that the administration is putting military assets in the region, tough talk against Iran, and is something going to happen or not? So I think that it's obviously in the price. I do think the heating oil move, which has been very robust, kind of ties into the cold weather and ties into the natural gas move. So as natural gas falls, you get heating oil come down, crude. So there's a bit of that dynamic as well, but. Look, crude is kind of the linchpin here. It's kind of the truth. What's going to happen here? Is the economy reaccelerating? Good for demand. Crude bullish. The AI story, kind of generally constructive for energy. But the president is sensitive to the oil price. He kind of knows that if oil gets out of hand, that's an issue for him. So it seems like he's playing both sides here with Iran. Now there's talks are back on the table, and a deal could be struck. There's always about a deal. So. It makes trading crude very difficult when these headlines are, popping up all the time. But I suspect if there's no momentum this week, we'll get to the towards the tail end of the week, and there'll be a bid back in the crude price again in case we try to do something next weekend too. So
hard market to hold a position, and it's why I've been kind of stick and move Rocky Balboa with it. I don't like day trading that much, really anything anymore. But crude oil, it is what it is. I don't want to hold anything overnight, and this is the reason. It's like last week I wanted to be long, and you sit here and you come in today, and you're just getting blasted. It's hard to hold anything. If anything, you're just small overnight. Real quick, we get to gold, and we'll get to what Jimmy's thoughts are. Gold's up $65. I mean, it's at 48.08. I mean, the volatility's there. Remember, there's micros, folks. There's smaller products. Going to be a lot. I think there's just going to be tons of opportunity, but don't get crazy with it. I mean, this market is not going to be. I mean, the technicals are always going to matter, but right now you've got push and pull from a lot bigger factors than just technicals. So realize you're not the center of the universe, but your short-term chart. So work stops. Be smart about it. Silver is up $4.50 to 83.02. Copper is down nearly 2%, down 95 ticks to 582. Platinum is up $24 to 21.45. I mean, these moves are just unbelievable. I mean, again, I've said it before. I'm someone I take risk. We're in the risk business, right? And it's hard to put anything on in metals. I mean, it just has been. I've missed this whole last leg of the move higher and lower. I've wanted to be short. I've wanted to be long. I look at it and go, I mean, how much do I want to put on for short-term day traders? Again, trading smaller products, smaller, micros and stuff. I get it. Just work your stops, guys and girls. Don't overstay your welcome in these markets. It's like, I don't like being in things that are feast and famine because it's always about what can I make back. So if I take a few big hits in like metals, where can I make it back? I mean, again, I don't like chasing things. And so the metals are just a tough trade for me to stick my teeth into. Bond market flat this morning. ZB is 115.01. 10-year is flat. I mean, nothing going on in the bonds. Busier, though. A little bit of movement there. And everything is up. Or the dollar is up against all currencies I'm watching right now, up the most against the Swissy. That unwound pretty quickly, Jimmy. And that's what I want to go to you about first. Is like, you saw us finally get a little bit of a dollar move here. Remember you and I were talking about the Swissy getting bid? We were like, what does that really, what is that going to mean? And now they're unwinding that. So the dollar moves are coming back. Not quite happening yet in equities, but maybe we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the Swissy had a nice little run, right? We started, on the 19th of January. We kind of had a nice roll up, and now we're retracing back down toward that 50% retracement since then. So, we broke through the 38.1 already. So it's getting a little bit weaker against the dollar right now. So maybe it's a little bit calmer than we were. Remember, we look at the Swiss franc when it's risk off, and how bad is this risk off going to be, and it's going to affect the other markets. But right now, this is kind of a textbook retracement right now. Nothing out of the ordinary, I don't think. So as things settle down, dollar is strong across the board against all the major currency pairs today. So I mean, that's kind of the story there. The thing that I wanted to point out though was we're talking about the difficulty of trading the metals when these moves are so extraordinary, right? So caustic. Well, guess what? I mean, the micro gold contract has almost 900,000 contracts traded already this session.
Crazy.
The one ounce, 231,000 contracts traded already. The micro silver, 310,000. So, traders in volume are flocking to the markets that are moving, which isn't surprising. But every morning I wake up, I look at this board and say, where is the volume today? And that's where the action is.
I mean, they're doing more volume than any other sector of the CME right now. And I know everyone keeps talking about the margins, and they're going to keep changing. Look, I'm going to say this to you. I'm going to look you in the eye and tell you this, man. If you aren't capitalized enough to trade metals, don't trade them. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, pump the brakes, everybody. If they're getting a little expensive, I mean, it is what it is. We all know as futures traders we want to go to where volatility is. I get it. But I go back to it. It's like, they're going to get more expensive. The margins are being raised. It is what it is. I'm someone who's a firm believer that I think that most retail traders are too underfunded. And so the fact that margins are getting raised, I don't think is a bad thing for short-term traders. You want to keep yourself out of trouble. Stay in the game. That's the goal, right? If the goal is not to come in and make the quick buck. There's always going to be opportunities in markets. You got to stick around long enough. And when I look at metals, it's like, again, I go back to it. I'm someone, I can afford to take decent risks. And I look at trade areas where there's no, the funding isn't an issue for me, but I'm not even trading the metals that much because it's like, man, look it. Unless I'm going to be sitting here scalping it, which is not what I do, and maybe some of you, that's what you do, but look, it's just not that clean. I mean, look, you're going to get stopped out, you're going to get run out. It's not clear to me. And it might be clear to you, and that's great. But again, keep it light and tight. Do not force things. You don't need to. It's going to be here tomorrow. Believe me when I tell you that.
The other thing too is starting to see a little bit of a pickup in cross asset correlation. So I mean, you mentioned just whatever, if you're missing the silver trade, but you're trading copper as a derivative play off silver, or you're trading Aussie dollar as a commodity play, or you're trading EM equities as a weak dollar play. The correlations here are moving towards one, and so the unwind that you're seeing in silver and gold for reasons that have to do maybe specific with the commodities can then start to filter into the other assets that you're trading, and so you got to kind of keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy, I want to go back to you and talk about the indexes. What are you seeing on the chart? I mean, 69.50. I don't know, Craig. Maybe you'll step in and talk about this as well. I think maybe we'll get back in a negative gamma now that we're back below 69.50. Any major 60 or 69? I was going to say any major MenthorQ areas we need to watch for, because I mean the options market, as we know, such a big driver of what's happening in these equity indexes, and I feel like the zero DTE, the vol crushes that we're talking about each and every day is kept indexes. It's funny, we used to talk about how much more volatile they made us, and now it's like the opposite. Like, I mean, what's going on? Yeah. Is there anything you're seeing there?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the high vol level, the MenthorQ high vol level right now in the mini S&P is at 69.70. That's that blue line where my crosshairs is up here. We never got there last night. We tried to get there. We never got there last night. The next important level in my mind is that zero DTE put support. Again, we're trading below that as we speak. Now, the third thing I like to look at are those maxes and mins. Now, today's a little bit of a weird day based because of what happened last Friday, but you have that one-day min. Let the word min kind of interfere with your thought process around 69.05. So those are kind of key levels right now. But going back to a daily chart, I have two VWAPs. I have a Brian Shannon VWAP touch all the way back here from November 21st, and it kind of we wick through that today, and it's right by my area of support here. I have a rectangle here. This is my area of support, just around that 6,900 level, and then the yearly VWAP that you track, Anthony, we're right there as well. So we're kind of trading between these two levels right now, and this is kind of interesting to see where we end up today. Folks, if you're bullish today, you want to see us close above that VWAP. If you're not, then you want to see us move down toward the rectangle.
It's interesting to me, the overnight low is the first day of the year's low again. Here we are back up to the first day of the year's pretty much high. First day of the year low in the equity or in the E-mini S&P was 68, 66, 75. We go back down there. They splashed the pot again a little bit. Little peekaboo outside that low, comes right back in the range, right back to the high of the first day of the year, which is crazy that we're still talking about the first day of the year in January. The high of the first day of the year was 69.39.75, where we sit right now. So we're just trading in that first day of the year's range still.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned kind of you mentioned violently unchanged, but where the real violence is under the hood, right? I mean, the dispersion is wild. We kind of saw, to start the year, leadership in the most crowded short sector, the meme stocks, anything weak dollar related, anything that, out of AI into really anything else, beneficiaries of a low vol environment, Russell outperforming NASDAQ for, 3 weeks to start the year. And then subtly and silently, the beginning part of last week, and then violently towards the tail end of last week, we saw a massive reversal in all of that, right? Most shorted index kind of getting destroyed, meme stocks getting destroyed, things that benefit from higher volatility like quality names starting to outperform, right? So a decent shift with, I think, the equity market under the hood starting to pick up some of the cross-asset volatility that's rising. You're not seeing it per se in S&P and NASDAQ overall because zero data expiry flow is so enormous. Every day we come in, and it's that sell vol capital, and there's such an enormous amount of money that just does that every single day until they lose money. And there's no, we talk about on the Sunday show kind of every week. We gap down at the open, and by the time the show's over, we're well off the lows, and that low print for the week is like Sunday at 6:01, right? Yeah. And at least for the first few days of the week. And so we're seeing that dynamic in play. Eventually, there'll be enough volatility and I think with the dollar move accelerating here, volatility will start to pick up, and then the sell vol crowd daily will start to lose. They'll start to back away a little bit, particularly when the window of potential weakness is open, like now in a heavy macro week. You have the higher probability that we start to break free from some of these ranges. But look, if we don't, and we start to get closer to expiry again, we'll be pinned again. We'll be talking about 6,900 or 6,902 or 6,950 or 6,850, one of those high point ranges, and we'll be like, what's going on here? But under the hood, there is violent dispersion. Correlations are pretty low, but we're moving in a direction where we could get a beta correlated move here, if the tape starts to break in one direction.
Yeah, again, I mark the first day of the year as of key importance to me, the open, the high, and the low, and that's pretty much the range you have overnight. I mean, we were above it for a good bit of time, and then the opening, the first day of the year, the anchored VWAP is just above where we are right now, along with the 9 and 21-day move. I mean, it's just like, again, I look at moving averages like, okay, just kind of like where are we on a relative basis? The reason I like moving averages is because if we're sloping lower, we're great, and we're staying below them, you're trending. If you're sloping above them and you're going higher, you're trending, right? It's all of this representation for me. And when they're just flat, the VWAP for the year is flat, the unchanged, we're rated unchanged. I mean, there's no real direction in this. Two-way tape. So again, I go back to it. It's like, what's the market environment? I look at each sector of the market and go, what's the market environment? We know it's just bonkers in metals. So it's like, again, sometimes I love that. It could be really good. And other times it's like, okay, it's basically like the train coming by and you hope you catch it and you don't it doesn't rip your hand off and you catch it for a winner. It's like metals it's not what I do anymore. I like to have things where I have a little bit more stronger hand in position. Equities, I look at them. What's the environment? It's a two-way tape. It's like, you could be short, you could be long. Don't overstay your welcome. I think although it's not busy for day traders, I think short-term strategies, what's nice about it is the focus. You're not getting any help from the bigger picture trend.
I think we have a lot of energy in the S&P kind of boiling here, and on the peripheries and some of the higher betas, we're seeing kind of massive volatility. I don't know if the right analog is, but it's like a lot of energy in the middle here because the flows are keeping us kind of contained. Yeah. We're seeing, metals, we're seeing EM equities, we're seeing, high beta stocks and meme stocks moving with a lot of volatility. Eventually, we're going to have the beta move here. It's either going to be the upside or the downside. Typically, the driver of that energy in the middle would be the Fed. The Fed cuts rates, adding liquidity. This week we have the Treasury has their quarterly refunding announcement, right? A potential opportunity here to get something to move capital, right? I don't know if it's going to happen, but I feel like we're setting up for some larger move here in the indices, a correlated move. It's not clear where the catalyst is going to come from, whether it's the Fed, whether it's Treasury, geopolitical, but a lot of macro stuff this week. The opportunity is there for us to have a more correlated move here where we start to break free in either direction in either direction here on the overall indices, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look at the bulls and the bears have had their opportunities multiple times this year. I text Pax at like 6 o'clock this morning. I said, I can't remember a time that we've traded around unchanged for the year as much as we have. And normally it's always the first quarter of the year. I would say that's really my trade. If we're above it, I'm trying to stay long. If we're below it, I'm trying to stay short. I mean, I haven't been able to really do anything in the futures for it because it's like we get above it and then we've come back and get below it. I've been using options. I've been parking in puts. It's not been great for me, but I've also been able to just lose a little or scratch out stuff because I feel like when we get down here, if we're going to break, it's eventually I'm going to make 10 times what I've been risking. So it's just a question of will it eventually happen. So again, I'm not putting too much emphasis to where this tape is going to go. I think it's just really important about just being small and being able to again stay in the game. Crude oil, let's talk a little bit about that. We've got a minute to go before we get to Jimmy's Edge report where I want Jimmy to really kind of dive in on crude and bonds. But we've got a minute left before we let you go, Craig, or before you're with us all morning. But what's going on in crude oil?
Yeah, I think the geopolitical risk premium, you don't necessarily know on any particular day how much is in there, but clearly there's been more lately than not. After we removed Greenland from the table, Iran has come back into the fold. Trump's had some tough talk, and then over the weekend, deals are going to be made. So, we suck out a lot of that premium that was bid on Friday. I think that's part of it. I think the weather changing a little bit is, hitting demand too. But I don't think we're out of the woods yet on the crude environment. I think the producers are looking at the president saying we're not going to accelerate drilling if you're going to keep talking about low 50s. I think that's a theme that's going to be with us all year is producers holding back production. And so But if crude can get going here, that's how the bond market can start to move as well. And then I think that's how equities volatility will start to pick up too.
Yeah, I mean, I will be buying CL anything below like 61. Yeah, I mean, I'll have a stop just below 60. That I'll use futures for all our options. I think if we could hold 60, I've got multiple things here. I'll go over this when I get with Farm. I want to let it go to Jimmy now. But to me, if we get below 61, I start buying crude oil. I've been waiting for a pullback to buy. And to me, this is it. Although I don't love the overall look, the way that this high has been made, I think it'll be at least a bounce, and we'll learn more from there. But everybody, it's about that time to dive deeper into the charts with this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Well, let's start with crude now that we ended on it. Let's start with it. This is a daily candle chart right now, and you can see, today's session, big, huge sell-off. We kind of broke back down below the previous swing high at 62.38, but we're kind of back into this subtle trend channel on the way up. VWAP, well, we didn't quite get to the VWAP for the calendar year, but it's right there hovering around 60.86. Now, I have my area support all the way down here in my rectangle starting around $59. So I'm going to try to encourage Deli to move a stop down a little bit. But this is ultimately support for me right now. So I anticipate us staying in this range, going sideways, or slightly going up rather. And we'll see where we go with the swing high. If we could take this out again, that would be important. I don't know if we're going to or not. RSI is looking pretty perky, by the way. Intraday, we have some nice targets here as well. Some really good targets here as well. And forget about that line. That's a bad one. Put supports right in the middle, right? Nice point of control, a B-shaped volume profile. And look at this. We have a really big Globex gap way up top here, this Globex gap. It would take a lot of love to fill that today. I'm not sure we're going to get there. Jax 1 is in the way at $65. That's the biggest gamma level. Previous session's highs were well below that. And then we're well below gamma 3, one-day min. Put support, like I said, is kind of in the middle. And really the bottom of the support here today intraday is around 61.46. You can see we tried to get there once, twice, three times, almost four times. And this kind of small B-shaped volume profile is pretty nice. It's pretty Gaussian right now at the bottom here. Nice point of control as well. But there's a lot of empty space all the way down to the high vol level down here at 59.20. So that's silver. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin. We haven't talked about the Bitcoin yet today, but this is also interesting. We've had a ton of outflows over the last couple of weeks in the ETFs. As a matter of fact, the IBIT January, 520 million out. The 29th Thursday, 317,000 million out. I'm sorry, 317 million out. That's a big number. We broke through this area, this long-term swing low we saw all the way back here on the 21st of November. We gapped down today. And we almost tag these April lows of 74,650. So we're kind of hovering between, we're in that gap, right? We're hovering between these lows that we saw in November and the lows we have in April. And, the outflows kind of explain it. Money's coming out of this asset class. Intraday, we have some put support kind of far down. We're a little bit above VWAP right now. London initial balance, we're trading above a London initial balance as well. So that's looking pretty good. And really, the next target up here is previous session's highs, which would fill that gap, right? That's pretty far away, 265 to be exact. So that's the story of the Bitcoin today. We'll see if we can get a traction back up or not. Obviously, there's a lot at stake here for this particular market. RSI is not really helping that much. Let's take a look at crude, though, because that has a nice chart as well. We started. Did I just mention crude? I think no, we didn't. Look at this. I did it. We did crude already. My bad. Treasury bonds. Where's Treasury bonds? Treasury bonds are back inside the hamburger bun. This is a nice consolidation range again. It just can't sustain a breakout to the upside above 116 even, we'll call it. It can't sustain a breakout to the downside below 114. I'm going to say 1730 seconds. That's an important level for us. And we have a really nice almost straight VWAP from where this consolidation level started from. So from a day trading point of view, are we above that VWAP or are we below that VWAP? Buying down below here is good. Selling above up here is good as well. So it's bonds right now are kind of in the middle. We're talking a 5-point 5.87 yield. Intraday targets, that 0 DTE gamma wall and that 0 DTE call resistance is framing the top of the conversation here. We never quite got to that yet. Volume profile is kind of wonky. We'll see if it changes. And we're pressing up against that VWAP right now. We're not quite at it. We're a little bit below it, but not much below it. JAX 1 is right below that at that even number where you expect it to be at 115. Even below there, look for that high vol level again, 114 in 16:30 seconds. That's this morning's Edge report. Back to you, Naples.
Thanks, Jimmy. All right, quick preview of our guests. Well, we're going to have Brent, a.k.a. Blacklion. He's a pilot. He's just really kind of a badass. And he knows a little bit about futures as well. So we've got Brent coming on. I'm going to be picking his brain about bonds, what he thinks about the dollar. Also, in today's lineup, a big lineup today, everybody. Here we are on Mondays. We have Farm. He missed the Sunday night show for good reason, though. I think it was his kid's birthday, so don't worry. Farm will be back on Sundays soon, and we will have Tape Talk with Farm this morning. We've got Trade the Open with Lumi and XY, and we've got Midday Markets with Jack and Salma, and Trade the Close with Leo and Nick. So that's the lineup for today. Again, everybody in chat, hopefully you're having a good morning. Hit that like and subscribe. 180K already, Craig. It's crazy, right? On our way to 200K. Big party. Big party. Big. Huge. I can't hear Craig, but it's all right. Hopefully he's there. All right, let's bring in Brent.
Good morning. How are you guys?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Man, great to be back on with you. Great to be speaking with you this morning, Anthony.
Yeah, man, great to get a chance to chat with you today. And we got a busy day coming out of this weekend. Here we are, dollar catching a little bit of bid. Craig talked more about the reasons as to why that's happening with Warsh and all of that. And then you have the market that I like to call sharply unchanged, Brent. Bonds are in that same boat, really have done nothing for a period of time. We keep hugging around the unchanged line. We know what's going on in metals. It's metals mania right now. But I think I want to start with you with the bond market. What's going on there? Dollar gets a bid. We finally get a little bit, reasons for the bond market to move, and it's still kind of just stuck.
Well, I think the long end of the curve, honestly, Anthony, right here is just kind of a low volatility graveyard. And one of the things that I was kind of laughing to myself driving in this morning because we talked about, hey, would you please come back on February 2nd? Always happy to help you guys out and support you. Thought, hey, it'll be the first Monday after the Fed meeting. And the least consequential thing in the world last week was the Fed meeting. Everything else in the world is going on. As far as the long end goes, right now, we're kind of in this state of equilibrium. Inflation is above target. It's probably going to stay there. I think that Jay Powell has presided over his last interest rate change. I don't think that, barring any kind of credit event or some kind of market dislocation, I don't think the Fed makes any policy changes between now and when he passes the baton over to the chair, assuming it's Kevin Warsh. So to be honest with you, Anthony, I just don't see a lot to do in the long end. And if I look out long term and I look at things that, inflation outlooks and things of that nature, and you look at Trump's bias toward having the new chair cut rates, I think that, you should probably lean a little bit short in the long end. But for now, there's just not much to do there. And even when you go and look at the volatility and options and everything, you say, oh, this would be a great opportunity to short some vol. Even that's quiet. So it's really just kind of a thing right now. If you're long bonds, you clip the coupons. But, from futures traders, and pros like you have on your show, I don't see a lot to do in the long end.
So taking that in consideration, then, is that probably why equities are a little bit quiet as well? We know equities are going to look beyond just the bond market, but is that bond market, graveyard trade kind of spilling over into equities because we know the future of long-term interest rates is probably pretty steady, so we keep getting bought on the dips in equities?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think when you go and look at some of the volatility, geopolitics, and everything else that's taking place across the spectrum, like you mentioned, here we are, February 2nd, we're basically unch on the year in equities. I think that the stability in the long end of the curve is really insulating equities from any kind of major sell-off or volatility. And to your point, every dip gets bought, but we're having a very hard time kind of breaking out of this overhead range. We the SPX kind of sticks its nose up there and teases us a little bit. The NDX is flopping around based on, the current state of the AI trade. The small caps have been on a rip. So yeah, to your point, I think the stability, and anytime you get stability in the yield curve that we have experienced, it's either going to support equities or it's going to insulate them from any kind of downside volatility.
Yeah, what's interesting is, there's been a lot of talk about dollar debasement trades and, what the president wants with respect to a weaker dollar and maybe some of that dollar move accelerate, after Davos. But you would think if people are thinking about a sell dollar environment, why aren't they selling bonds? It's just, it's a bizarre dynamic. Any idea of, people went into precious metals and EM equities, but the long end, no one wants to sell the long end. It's a strange dynamic. Curious your thoughts for that.
Well, let's talk about some things that are in the news, and I've been watching you guys throughout the last 30 minutes, so my apologies if I missed something earlier, and I'm repeating it for our audience out there. But this is a semi-important week for the bond market. This afternoon, the Treasury comes out with the first part of the quarterly refunding analysis, where they talk about their borrowing estimates going forward. I don't look for a downside surprise in the borrowing estimates. I don't know anybody that's forecasting a downside surprise in the deficit. Treasury secretaries out there on the tape constantly talking about how this is going to be one of the largest tax refund years in memory. So you look at that. Treasury is already ramping up the size of their Treasury bill refundings to build the Treasury general account. So this afternoon we're going to get that estimate. Pardon me. And then Wednesday we get the actual structure, and I think that's going to be key. Is Yellen went through we went through the October 23 her version of the taco trade, where she didn't want to raise coupon issuance anymore, and I think that and Scott Bessent was out there on the tape going, "Oh, this is terrible. She shouldn't be doing this," and then he comes into office and immediately reinforces that strategy. So I think we're in a situation right now where the long end of the curve is kind of a wait and see on some of this issuance. If they can hold coupon issuance steady through the rest of Trump's term and finance all of this deficit via the short end of the curve, via bills, while you've got the Fed expanding its balance sheet via reserve management operations, that could be the playbook. And if that's the playbook, there really isn't much reason for bonds to move at this point.
Yeah. And with respect to the dollar, it seemed like we had a crescendo moment last week when the president was out talking about his acceptance of the dollar weakness. We saw gold and silver kind of have those blow-off moves. Then a little bit of pushback, and then the worst decision, announcement came late, let's say late Thursday, early Friday. I think a few days ahead of schedule, but it seemed to have an impact on the dollar. Do you think that the dollar check back trade here could have any momentum, or are we really going to just be in an environment of selling dollars for the rest of the quarter, rest of the half?
Well, from a momentum perspective, momentum is going to be based on fear, greed, and emotion, and those things can always go on longer than we plan. But let's talk about Kevin Warsh, and I totally agree with you. I think your analysis is correct. Anytime a president comes out and makes comments on FX, my opinion is nothing good ever comes from that. And certainly Trump, is not known for his subtlety. So coming out and saying, "Hey, I'm okay with the dollar here, everything, and the dollar sells," and then all of a sudden, he nominates Kevin Warsh via a social media post, to be the next Fed chair. And let's talk about kind of my overall take on Kevin Warsh. Generally a fan of the guy. I think anybody who talks about shrinking the Fed's footprint, reducing the amount of Fed communication, shrinking the Fed balance sheet, my gut feeling, and my political proclivities, he's my kind of guy. But I think that runs up against the reality of 125% debt to GDP, recession era deficits when we're near full employment, and then the Trump factor. This is a guy who loves to spend money, who just loves to borrow and spend. I don't care what he thinks about, the tariff revenue. It's just not reality. And I think right now a lot of people are going back, obviously, we're all very attuned to markets, very attuned to things like FOMC chairs and whatnot. A lot of the world is not. A lot of people are going, well, who is Kevin Warsh? And they're Googling this guy and they're looking at old speeches, from back, pre-COVID, where he had a lot of strong opinions about, the Fed reducing the balance sheet, reducing its footprint, that he was going to be hawkish and whatnot. And those were probably relevant discussions for him to have and for him to lead, pre-COVID. Post-COVID, that's not the reality. And I think anybody that's out there bidding the dollar that somehow Kevin Warsh is going to follow through on speeches from 5, 6, 8, 10 years ago in this environment, I think that's a bad bet. And I think ultimately, that the dollar is probably a short. It's something that we sell. But to your point, right now, the momentum is strong dollar, and momentum is an emotional thing. How long can that go on? You guys been doing this as longer than me. Long term, the dollar's kind of like bonds. I think it's probably a short, but in the near term, I wouldn't be doing much in the dollar.
I want to talk about gold, right? Speaking of Warsh and Powell, remember last statement with Powell, or when he was in his conference, he didn't want to talk about gold. He didn't want to address it. We wonder if Warsh will be different. I mean, how could you have really any credibility as a Fed chair if you don't talk about gold? That's just my opinion. But hey,
just when you kind of watch the chatter across Twitter and whatnot, when he said that, there were more than a few jaws dropped onto some keyboards that he acted like he hadn't even checked a quote of gold in 30 days or something. It's like, man, it's just nobody is buying this. But to the point, and let's talk a little bit. You mentioned earlier, this term, the debasement trade. And just so you know, my position on gold and silver is I own some physical of both, minted coins. I don't own rough bars or things like that. I own the actual physical. I trade the futures, and also trade volatility for the firm here, specifically in silver right now, not so much gold. So I'm a believer that, everybody should have in their portfolio physical minted gold, stuff that you could put in your pocket, basically, and some silver. Don't go hog wild on silver. I know too many people who've done that and regretted it. So, long term, I'm bullish on it. What we've experienced over the last, say, 60 days or so in precious metals is not the debasement trade. If you go and pull up a parabolic chart of gold or silver, that's not telling you that our socio-economic monetary system is in collapse. Those are charts of stuff you see in Turkey. Okay, you don't have the Fed or the Treasury out here floating $44 billion of 7-year notes, at the when issued yield, if we're truly debasing our currency to what those charts look like. Those charts were nothing but parabolic FOMO, go crazy, and there's probably some of our audience out there that think that guys like us that are in these markets, that are trading them every day, they're out there, oh man, these guys are just, absolutely agile and printing money out. I'll tell you a funny story. I did one trade in silver on Friday. And I trade the 1,000-ounce contracts. I don't trade the big contracts. I would rather have more of the smaller contracts than one or two of the big ones, just personal preference for trading. And I was trading these via interactive brokers, and I've got my account set up to where when the order fills, it puts a stop loss in there, and it puts a profit taker in there. I'm watching the chart. It kind of rallies up. It gets to some resistance. This is probably noon, 1 o'clock or so. We're getting into settlement, and the order fills. I was in the trade 4 seconds, and it hit the profit taker, and I'm like, get out of this. Just stop right now. It was a nice gain. I closed the silver charts. I thanked the Lord that my account was still intact and went on and did other things. So that was just a lot of emotional FOMO and everything, So what we've seen the last 60 or 90 days is not the debasement trade. It was just pure psychology and emotion, and it doesn't appear that it's over. It looks like we're going to have some more opportunities to trade that.
We got a minute left, Craig. Anything you want to ask, Brent, before we go?
I was just going to say heavy macro week this week. Is there any particular data point? You mentioned the QRA, but just overall, whether it's ISM or payroll, just something that you think, markets actually will care about. Finally, we're going to get some clean data. I think the government is open. So I think we're going to get most of the data this week. But any particular data point you're really looking at?
For me, the particular point is QRA, and I'd like to add on just two things, man. You guys do a great job with this. I really can't say enough. And I can't believe you have a guy like me on here. Two things I wanted to add. One thing I had in my notes this week in crude oil was I'm noticing that the speculators are starting to build net long positions in the commitment of traders, and it's kind of on this upswing, and they've got room to add a lot more. So I kind of like what Anthony was saying about CL there. So that lines up with my notes. I want to make a comment about silver and gold because my primary role here at the fund is I'm a vol trader, and I'm a big vol trader in metals. And one of the things I would say, you guys were very cautious with your audience about it's okay to miss this move. 100% agree. I absolutely endorse that. Like I said, I did one trade on Friday. It scared the living bejesus out of me, even though it made, great money, and I got away from it. Is in the options market, if you're like, hey, well, I want to go trade these via options, the implied vol in silver and gold, I don't care whether you're looking at CME Group, what's going on COMEX or SLV or GLD, the implied vols of these are at levels that literally break the models. Okay, the models don't work. You don't plug 140 and 150 implied vols into Black-Scholes and get legitimate answers out of it. So this is causing a lot of market makers to rethink how they're approaching this. We're setting up an options where you could have a situation, say, silver's trading right now around $80. Go out and buy a put. Say, I'm going to go buy the 50 or 60 put, for March or maybe even February expiry. Silver could go down and you could lose money on that position from a vol crush. So I just a caution to your audience, options are very dangerous in these metals, and love what Anthony said about crude oil, and thank you guys for having me on.
Brent, great to speak with you, my brother. Everyone go give Brent a follow on X. Like I said, he's not only a badass at markets, he knows how to fly planes and do a lot of cool shit. So go check him out. Great having you here on NinjaTrader Live, Brent. Thank you so much.
All right, have a great week, guys. Trade them straight. Thank you.
I mean, people don't even understand, I think, that you're in such a unique time with these metals markets. Yeah. Again, I talked about it. Like, a lot of times will use options. I can't wait for Ninja to get options, hopefully soon. We know we're going to probably get them this year, I think. But, I looked at the silver options market, and the same thing. I'm looking at them going, I could be dead right and lose money. Yep. Or, I mean, I'm getting in and out on the bid. You're not going to, you can't get in. You're going to middle the market. I don't even think I've ever seen anything like what the options market looks like in silver. And it's like, again, I go back to futures. You're just hoping and praying, man. You're getting in, and if it goes great, you look like a genius. Yeah. Don't tell me you're playing it so well, because it's not about the direction. It's about the journey to the direction, right? And there's so much that happens. You're watching this book, so I hope people do understand it's always about staying in the game, catching this metals move. It might look cool for some people online, but unless you were really in it early and really played it well, don't worry about it right now. There's other places where you can put your risk on.
It's always another trade.
Yeah. Final thoughts, Craig, before we get into farm and into today.
Yeah, first of the month, so we'll get some, inflows into the market, 401k inflows. So typically have a bid come from there. Keep an eye on the data today, ISM at 10 o'clock. So, folks have been looking for this manufacturing recovery, been calling for it for a while. China manufacturing overnight was pretty weak. So we'll see if we get some, strength in the U.S., or is it more of the same where, the U.S. manufacturing economy just isn't firing on all cylinders yet.
Yep. All right, Craig, and everyone go check out what Craig did in an interview this weekend. Want to learn a little bit more about my boy Shapiro. It was pretty cool. A very interesting story with the market huddle. It was very good. Check out his X for that. I'll see you in chat, Craig.
All right, sounds good.
All right, let's bring in Farm. What's up, buddy?
Morning, Deli. How we doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing? Everyone's asking for my double espresso. It's so cold in here. It got cold on me a little bit earlier. I'm all jacked up. I got the heat on in Naples. And what the hell's going on here, Farm?
It's freezing out there, right? Like 40s? Is that what I heard? 50s?
Yeah,
like that? Oh,
36 this morning when I woke up in Naples, which is, I know, it's wild. It's all right. It'll be warmer by the end of the week. It's warm out by you, though, isn't it, out there in Arizona?
It's not bad right now at all, yeah. Yesterday was pretty warm, so it's been nice. It's been good.
Well, we missed you on the Sunday night show. We're going to go right into it today, and we're going to take a look at the charts here. And I'm be curious to see what you think. A couple things that I'm looking at right now. So when I look at crude oil, so beginning of the year in crude oil is right here. Auto anchor the VWAP. Now, first of all, laying the landscape for crude, I talk about this all the time. Market environment. Not a macro trader, but I like to know what's going on. So I lean on Shy and Craig. Macro, check the box. Crude oil likely has a little bit of a bid here. Fundamentals likely has a little bit of a bid here. Some may argue it. Doesn't really matter. Bottom line is it's an environment that is probably conducive to potentially higher prices in oil. And that's important when I'm looking at commodities. Look at metals. They've checked all three boxes for a while now. Now you go and you get this the little bit of a pullback here. You had some news out this weekend. Iran tensions have been simmered a little bit. Dollar catching a bid. That cocktail ends up being a little bit weaker prices in CL. We get that back down in this area right on here. To me, it's a reasonably cheap lean. I look at it. The top price I have to look at is like around 60.60. And so anything start getting below 61, I'm going to start buying CL. My 60.13 is my neutral area, and we have protected against that for a while. That's my beacon indicator. It's free. It just shows me neutral. It's like, it's my midpoint between the Bollinger Bands. If it comes back down in here and holds, I think we can go right back up and make new highs. So I want to be a little bit of a buyer above it. It's my favorite look right now. To me, you want to buy mean reversion markets in primary trend. I mean, that's really my bread and butter is, markets are trending. I want a mean reversion back to the mean, which is the auto-anchored VWAP to the beginning of the year, 21-day moving average. Both come in right around 60.50, 60.60. My neutral area comes in at 60.13. This area to me is key in CL. I like buying the dips in CL, but it's got to get to 61 or lower. It's at 62 this morning. We'll see if the next day or so it gets there. And these lines might move up. Eventually, I might move my bid up, but I think that's what I'm looking for there. Next is ES. Boy, this market, man, I got to tell you. So last week, on Thursday and Friday, I saw we were getting below the VWAP for the year, and I started to buy a little bit of puts again. Weekly expiries, I've been buying 68.50s, 6800s. I think we're going to come back down to 68.50 or even below down to 67.80 was another area I was looking at for a while. Can't stay above these areas. And here we are this morning, or on Sunday night, we open up and then we go straight down back below. But we're right back in. These two horizontal lines are the opening day of the year high and low in ES. And to me, if it gets back up above like 69.60-ish, I probably got to rethink about owning puts. But in the near term, I'm holding them because all of this cluster here tells me, again, start to push back down. I'm only in an entry position here because, shame on me if I keep pressing shorts. And I've been short 3 times this year in S&P, 2 unsuccessfully. 1 was pretty much a scratch, which I had a monster winner in, which is it's bad on me for didn't cover it. But and now here we are again. I'm dipping my toe in the water. I think it's a sell the rally market in S&P today. I do. I think the fact that we can't get back above this area right here is key to me. I think in the overnight it showed us that this area was resistance, so it's respecting it a little bit. And I think we're just going to be probably a little bit of a mishmash today inside the first day of the year's high and low. I mean, first day of the year's high in S&P is 69.3975, and the low is 68.6675. I mean, that's basically where we are right now, is near the high, and the overnight low is pretty much what that low is. First day of the month, I think, causes some positive inflows into the ES, and you could see it chop around here a little bit. But as long as we continue to close back below that opening day's high and start to push back below 69.25 and eventually 69.02, I think the market's going to make a new low for the year this week. That's what I'm betting on. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. Again, today is the day where I need to see it get through. So I'm in about a third of my position. And if it starts to push towards the end of the day into tomorrow is when I would get into a full position. I think we're going to make a new low for the year. Flip side is, again, where am I wrong? Closes back above, this overnight high. Then I look at this and go, it can't be short again. And we should probably look to push back up. I quickly go over NASDAQ and hand it over to you because I'm chewing into your time. NASDAQ is already to the point where it just looks weaker. It's the weaker of the two markets. But again, NASDAQ has just been such a whipsaw in here. I don't love it. I can control my risk a little bit better in ES. NASDAQ has got room to run today. I wouldn't be surprised to see NASDAQ almost rally a little bit this morning and S&P not do much. And the flip side, I could see NASDAQ break and the S&P not do much. It's kind of caught in this where I think NASDAQ is going to be a little bit more volatile and S&P just kind of chips around and grinds. And again, it's just not the cleanest look, but that's what I see. I'm bearish. I don't know what to say. Farm, how dare I be bearish?
Absolutely. I'm going to mention crude. I haven't updated my chart, so I won't pull that up, but I agree. I've got like 60, 69 roughly to 61.20s as some demand just below, some light support at 61, 69. But actually, these are real levels, people. So I'm interested here today. Maybe a quick push below this overnight low that finds buyers. I might have to look at that today. But my primary focus today is going to be NQ 25,538. And that's going to be like, honestly, all month I will have a level in that range. We saw an absolutely menace of a buyer right in that range. I mean, like pretty much all month. Ended up leaving January's value area low there. You can see we're coming in for another test of it here. I'm using 516 to 538 for this week. If you look left, you've got the week of the 18th, I think it was, right? So that upper distribution would remain trapped below 516, 538 roughly. And then obviously the entire week last week, right? So the cash hours low of last week was sitting right there. So like this is it right here for the day. To me, I think if buyers can reclaim and build a firm base back above this 538s, obviously we've already given bears the Men in Black treatment. Last night we had, this was like a South Korea sell-off. If you look at the Kospi, it was just getting wrecked. Then they, intervened in that with a kind of a soft halt. And Hans in the Euros, my favorite guy in the world, came in and bid this back up to the moon. So, even if I'm trading ES, I'm watching this spot on NQ for a little bit of bias. I do think if we could base above here, we're back in last week's range. I mean, ES is already back in last week's range and even Friday's range. So it's in a very kind of different spot structurally than NQ. But I tend to think that ES is going to find some strength if NQ can build a base back above here. And take a run back up for 791, 804 roughly. That's going to be a key reclaim at this point. And then to me, I'm watching all week this 934 to 946 and any kind of failed pops above there. But I mean, this is already going to look like a bad look. I mean, look, it's an overnight session. It was we saw everything was going to hell in Asia. And now everything's going to the moon in Europe. Like, let's see what U.S. cash traders have to say. But I'm on like a self-imposed ban of saying anything bearish. So if price does continue to get trapped below this 516 to 538, then I think we're definitely going to be exploring lower prices in a very bullish manner, though. It'll be a very bullish manner of exploration of price lower. So. I'm looking at it. We saw some attempted defenses here in this kind of 420 range, but actually on NQ last night before they got liquidated, I think that's an important range. And then the 369 to 388, which you've seen on my chart every week since October, continues to come in play. Same thing. There was a nice battle for that spot back to the downside. So I want to see if NQ can try to work back up last week's range. I would definitely be aware of like failed reclaims because again, I mean, look, you've got potentially a week and a half of trapped buyers above this 538 spot. So there is the potential for this to get some kind of a failed reclaim push back below. Again, we've got to see what cash hours participants are going to say. So again, 25,538 all month on NQ for me. ES, I mean, already well back into last week's cash hours range anyways. So quite a bit more constructive than NQ. You mentioned 69.60. I've got, of course, 69.69 to 69.73 half is a spot that I've kind of stubbornly continued to use for a couple of weeks. I tend to think if that is reclaimed, then you're probably right that, puts are getting round tripped again, at least, for a day, right? We're going to have to see, sellers come in at this open, stuff this back under, kind of these 69.20s. Like basically, we've effectively traded a range of like 69.20, give or take, to 70.20 on ES, roughly. Dips below 69.20 had and have been aggressively bought. Pops above 70.20 have been sold. And so, we got some Asia session traction below these 69.20s, but here we are again, right? The dip was ultimately bought after they got rinsed out in South Korea. and Hans and his friends and his cronies bid this back up to the moon. So this, call it 69.20, give or take, is sort of your first stop in things getting in potentially seeing bullishly lower prices. And then 68.90 to 68.94. This is sort of like a rough equivalent to me in a way of that NQ 538 spot. So until or unless you're seeing like 68.90 to 94 become like firm resistance and building time and volume below there, I think shorts continue to be rentals. We're really gonna need to see a clean breakaway from these 68.90s, and it does open a potential retest of, again, basically that 6,800 spot that we talked about at the end of or middle of December, whatever it was. So, going to be an important day, and again, all month 68.90 on ES and 538 on NQ.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the S&P looks more constructive coming into today. And really, first day of the month always makes it tricky because bull markets, first day of the month, you've got inflows coming in. You've got the QRA announcement later in the bond market. We'll be interested to see what that does and if that has any impact on S&P. Again, I think that NASDAQ's going to get whipsawed around a little bit more today. I think it's probably going to be the better trade. I wouldn't be surprised if S&P is very contained today. And, NASDAQ's got room to rally and still be somewhat bearish. It's got room to break. And I think that the S&P may not chase it lower just quite yet. Again, first day of the month kind of throws things off. I think you get through today, and that's why I'm trading weekly puts, because I think that today's going to be the toughest day of the week. How we come out of today into tomorrow, I think, is important from my perspective, because if we fail today to push back and get back above 69.60-ish area, and we have a little bit of a fade into the close today, I think the more I look at the chart, the more I think we're headed back down to the mid 6800s or lower. But again, I agree. 68.90, 69.02 for me. The impacts talk about it all the time. We go negative on the year. We'll see if it finally brings selling in. It's not been successful so far this year, so who knows? It may not happen. A lot to see, I think, coming into today. I think at least it'll be busy. Farm, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Yeah, have a good day, Deli.
All right, everybody. Quick announcement. Well, first off, let me do a quick recap of the morning. This morning talked a lot about really the dollar strength coming into play today. You're seeing the dollar strong against pretty much all currencies. Down, the Swissies down nearly 1%. You got the yen down 0.5%, euro down 0.5%, pound down almost 0.5%. And so the bond market's down a little bit as well. Keeps trying to hold unched overnight, and the bond market, it's getting a little bit weaker, so long end is getting a little bit hurt. We're wondering if eventually that does start to impact equities, at least bring more volatility. Yes, we'll have to wait and see. And metals are doing what metals do, man. Every time you turn your head in gold or silver, the moves are massive. Again, trade the micros, be small, be smart. Don't overstay your welcome. Understand that there's a lot going on in these metal markets, and I don't want to see people get hurt in them. Just work your stops, folks. Doesn't matter what you trade. Just make sure you got your stop in those things, because you heard Brent talk about it. The minute he got in, it hit his target. It could have easily been his stop. And so I think it's important. Stay in the game. And now for the announcement, we've got a big announcement coming up. Not coming up, it's coming out right now. Let's get that graphic up on the screen here, and we're going to get a little bit of the link in chat talking about the four-way battle arena competition. We're going to be giving away cash prizes. You're going to see XYZ, who's actually coming up next, Kane, Leo, and Nick, all in a four-way competition this Wednesday. Sign up to join those guys. They'll be streaming that day, watching them compete, and also you can all compete for cash prizes. All the details are going to be in the link in the chat. Click on that link and go and check it out, and make sure you register. And also hit that like and subscribe button. 180K, pretty crazy. Like I said, watch for 200K. Going to be a big party, big party here, huge. When we get to 200K, hopefully it's in March when we hit our 1-year anniversary of the relaunch of NinjaTrader Live. But all right, well, we don't have Tanya this morning. Thoughts go out to Tanya. She put a post out on X and had an unfortunate 2 deaths in the family. Tanya, just want to let you know we're thinking about you. And we're here for you if you need us for anything. And again, we're praying for you and your family and the time you're going through. And today, in place of Tanya and Salma, we've got Get Ready to Trade the Open with XYZ and Lumi. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
What's this hat you got up there? Is that a J?
It's a J.
What's it stand for?
My name, but no one knows what the J actually stands for. Nobody in chat, at least.
Are you doxing yourself?
This keeps it a little interesting. You know, they like to guess in the chat. So sometimes when the market slows down, we just play the guessing game.
Let's bring that back up. We go, let's get ready to trade the open with Jay and Lumi. And we're going to start calling you Jay. XYZ's too.
That's what everybody,
Hey,
that's what
Louis.
all my friends call me. So
Oh, well, we're not his friends. We got to call him XYZ, but his friends call him Jay. What's up, Lumi? How are you?
Hello, I'm good. I was this weekend at MOT event. It was amazing, guys. Big Daddy Max. It was just so good, so good. Lots of new people. I was driving home yesterday for 6 hours because it was huge accident at I-95. So instead of driving 3 hours, I was driving 6 hours. I feel so exhausted, but it's okay. It's okay, guys. Ready to trade with you.
But look at how Lumi treats us compared to XY. She's got a 6-hour drive. She comes in ready for us.
Yeah, I hate
XY, comes
Oh my
in.
God.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, well, my friends call me Jay. That's how he starts the day. Wow.
yeah, cool story. Anyways, they call me Jay.
Yeah. Well, any trades, either of you, coming into the open today?
Not yet.
Nothing yet.
I'll probably
I
wait
was
until
checking
after the
gold.
news at 10.
I was checking gold. I was like, nice trade here, but 90-point stop loss. I should think about this first. 90-point stop loss.
Exactly.
It's like a lot for me, just a little bit.
I know, even
Yeah.
for micros. I mean, that's the point. I was saying it earlier. It's like, everyone feels FOMO when they're missing the metals.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? I mean, look, at the metals are going to be busy. They're going to stay busy. You're in a crazy part of the cycle right now. And you don't need to make sure that you're a part of it. You need to make sure that you're solvent the next day. I
Exactly.
mean, the bottom line. And, the stops are so wide. And I think even the short-term technicals, they're going to be not as good as they normally would. Dare I say that? Well, I know that's all we can go off of, but when these markets when you get to that kind of high volatility, I don't know if you guys heard Brent say it's like 140 vol when it comes to like silver. So imagine what that would be like in the NASDAQ and S&P, how busy we'd be. Being crazy. So anyway, so we got your charts up here first, Lumi. What are you looking at coming into the open?
So I was trying to figure out overall bias on gold. So here's the weekly chart. I may like retracement back up to this weekly wick here, but my major draw here, it's at 4,300. I know it's like a lot of points lower, but I wouldn't mind to see some retracement up, at least back to this week. It's like maybe 50%, maybe 25% of this week, but I would like to see retracement here. And then I will look for lower. For today, really hard to say. But overall bias, retracement up. And I don't know what should happen, but I don't mind to see a lower right after this. So ideal plan, maybe something like this. Sorry, guys, I know not perfect error here, but that's my plan for gold. For indices, I feel like I don't mind to see higher today, but maybe Asia high taken, which is around like 69.70, retracement back down here. I'm overall feel like bullish, and I would like to see 7,000. So maybe like this on ES. Same for NQ. It's in sync right now. And continue. I may look for something like that. So I'm not quite sure yet. I didn't trade for 5 days. So it's maybe hard for me right now, but that's my plan. That's what I have for today.
Thanks, Lumi. JYZ?
Pretty simple for me today. Just noting where the market's been trading, and it looks like they are accepting. Well, they've been accepting this lower range. So pretty much at the retest point, we don't know yet if they're going to hold weekly open and just continue back into this volume now, or this rejects at some point, maybe towards the open or after the news, and we'll make our way back down. But as far as a bias, it's hard for me to get one because they did just bounce off of this retest of old volume. So this is where I would have looked to find longs if the market were trading down here during the session, but they've already done so. So for me, the information is, look, we've come back down to the spot. We found a bid. We're going to retest this breakdown now, and I'm going to wait for this answer. This is also a potential bid spot for me, the 25,400s. There is like a little volume shelf here still. So if they do offer this, they'll come down about 150 points or so, and I'll also look for this. If they do hold this higher, then I'm going to expect a move back into this range and through if they can't trade these lows against. They did taper it. So yeah, looking for the answer around the weekly open, and then I'll start to make some choices.
Yeah, and I mean, it is Groundhog Day, XY. So, we go back down there and the buyers be buying, the dipping.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing over and over again. S&P, we went back to the low of the year in S&P. I don't know if you guys, not the low of the year, we went back to the first day of the year's low in S&P, and we just keep trading in that range. It's like you see it over and over again, that we're just stuck in this first day of the year's range. So we'll see. I think today, first day of the month, always a little bit of a tricky. Historically for me, it's always been a little bit of a harder day because you've got, some inward flows into equities. But we've got some bond news later out today, and we'll see what happens. We'll see. Who knows? President Trump could tweet this morning as well. You never know in today's world. There's news constantly flying. Again, everybody, keep it light and tight, small and smart. Work your stops. I'm going to hand it over to XY and Lumi for Trade the Open. Guys, have a great day.
Thanks, Deli.
Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, good morning, chat. Good morning, Lumi.
Good
Glad
morning.
you had fun out there.
Good morning.
It looked really fun. I saw you had a lot of content coming out through the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, for chat, I will be experimenting. Today will be the very first time trading this new beta DOM, and I will be doing it using my live account. So pray that I don't cook myself. I've actually got the NinjaTrader mobile app pulled up right here in case of emergency. And yeah, I will try to keep the size to a minimum because I don't know what's going to happen to me. But it's a cash account, so pray I don't cook
Good
myself.
luck. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah.
If I'm trying to get trades off, guys, and I'm like silent, it's because my brain is literally frying and I'm trying to manage something on this thing, so bear with me.
So yeah, let's see if ES can take 6960 area as a retracement down. You said on NQ you don't mind to see 400 retest. I don't mind to see retest of 340, 350 area on NQ. So it's exactly the same what I'm looking for right now. Retracement down too long. So I would look for move. I will trade ES, but I will probably analyze NQ first for this. It either should be like break above this high here, retracement down to New York midnight open, or retracement down to New York midnight open along. So even if it's going to take Asia high retrace down to New York midnight open, I will still look for long. So really hard to say what can happen on Monday because we don't have like major news today or something like this. Normally on Monday, weekly profile starts building. That's why you see lots of consolidations this day. But still, my plan will remain the same. Asia high taken, retracement down near New York midnight open, I will look for long. Or retracement down to New York midnight open, I will look for long as well. But idea is, as long as we above New York midnight open, this area here and here, I'm bullish for the day. So we're gonna see. I was trying to delete SPX chart. Last week we completely filled 4 RTH gap. So I would say right now chart looks a bit more balanced than it was before. So I still would like to see the retracement down same as on ES and NQ. We might take this minor low on 15-minute chart on SPX, and then I will look for continuation. For now, it's really hard to say if I would like to see a fill of this gap here. Like Probably not truly yet, but I would like to see minor sweep over here and long. So yeah, I'm still bullish on indices, nothing changed. But the trace one down, please, 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 I will long this. So guys, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I would not mind a day of longs in the indices too. I feel like it's
Mm-hmm.
the easier path. I do agree with that. It would be a lot more familiar too with the prices. So if it were up to me, down or up, I think up would be easier. So here's to hoping.
Yeah.
Then we got news like 30 minutes after the open.
Oh really? Gonna check.
Sam, no, I've been trading cash, but not on a beta tested, well, beta testing depth of market. So gotta be a little careful. I've been executing on this chart that you guys see. Everyone says up means Nancy's gonna crash. Like a short here, I'm a short would probably occur around here. This is pretty much, I mean, if you guys are looking at my chart here, I think this is where a decision gets made. They're either gonna get back into this range, failed breakdown, or they're going to hold the breakdown. So like a simple breakdown, retest the break, and then continue. But yeah, we've got some stuff coming out, news coming out. A lot can change. So I am price agnostic. It's going to do what it does, and I'm going to try my best to follow.
I'm thinking about gold now. So here's the 50. I highlighted this 50% here. So it's 50% of this big week on 15-minute chart. If gold is going to stay below this level after market open, but will not break this, I mean, sweep perfectly fine, but no break and closure above this level, I will try to short. Stop loss is going to be just crazy huge. So I will trade with just extremely small size, 1-2 micros probably. Stop loss is around like 70 points, according to my calculations. It's a huge one. So guys, be careful trading gold and silver. It's just insane ranges right now. I would say for 4 years, I've never seen this kind of ranges on metals. But yeah, my plan, I would like to try this. If it's going to test 50% and will stay below this level, it's 50% of 15-minute week. Once again, I will try to short. I would like to short back to New York midnight open because as you can see, so far, we keep sweeping New York midnight open, but we cannot break and close below this level. So guys, we're gonna see how many sweeps we got on 5-minute chart. Since 5 a.m., it cannot break and close below this level. So, and if it's going to offer retest 50%, sweep on 30-minute chart, 3-minute OB, I will try to short. Once again, guys, be careful. It's huge ranges right now. It's not worth to risk your money. So if you would like to try something, use micros, 1-2 micros. That's all you need today to trade metals. Wish you good luck, everyone. Someone said in gold 1-minute candle. Yeah, it's huge ranges. Yeah, I said before, I would say I never seen that kind of ranges before. I saw this on indices. Last year it was March, I guess, or April. It was a huge range, but on gold or silver, insane, guys, insane.
What volume indicators? Just volume profile. These are all just volume profiles. One for each day, each session, full 24 hour. The one on the right is a 5-day rolling. Nothing fancy. Uh-oh, somebody's late. They asked, what's your bias, Lumi?
I'm not going to repeat. Sorry about this.
Every 5 minutes. What's your plan?
Oh, come on, gold. Well, probably I need to change my change my plan right now since it's dropping to New York with net open. Okay. We'll see. I'm waiting for market open first to trade. I got sick yesterday, so I hope it's going to be. I hope it's okay to hear me because it's
Partied
really
too
hard to
hard.
talk.
The composite on the right on this chart is 5 days. This is RTH only here on the 1 minute chart. I know nothing. Thank you. Yeah, we might need it. We might need it. It does not have OCO like auto-populated brackets yet, so like I start to mentally panic when I'm like, all right, you're getting in the position, but the stop's not there yet, and you gotta put in the stop. So we will see.
Okay, waiting for market open. Gold drop. It's about to drop to New York with net open, so unfortunately nothing here for me. It's trying to stay below 50%, but not what I want to see for short. Well, it's fine. Hello, hello, guys. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Delta point markets. I'm prepared to, but I'm hoping that I don't get fried. Yes, please hit the likes and pray for me, chat, that I don't cook myself on this thing. I'm like, the market's not even open yet. I'm feeling like nervous right now. I had a suggestion. I have a suggestion right now in my DMs to say to do micros instead. Absolutely not. We're doing minis. We're doing minis.
Who are we to trade micros?
We're doing minis. I think I'll max out at like 3.
I will trade micros
Hope
today.
so. I don't know. Well, you're copying like a lot of accounts, so it's different. You know, micros go a long, long, long way. I'm just one cash account on this beta dom. It looks good. I mean, honestly, it's really nice. So we'll see. See. New Dom, new me. Good morning, Salty. Tiger trades. No offense taken. Goal at session VWAP. Oh, it already tested it once. Um, Eddie's auto detail. Not exactly. I kind of switch it around as best as I can. So it's really similar, but not exactly. So that's something I'm gonna try to get acquainted with too. Minor differences, but mostly largely the same, yeah.
Checking Euro futures right now. So on Euro futures, it's 6E chart, guys. I would like to see move lower still. We have 4-hour untapped fair value gap over here. Plus we have our order block. So I would like to see lower today. Continuation lower. Not huge drop, but still. I may look for short there as well. So my plan probably is going to be some retracement. Where's New York midnight open? It's a lot to ask. So I will look for retracement up here. And then my short down here. So I like it. So this far for value gap looks good for me. Also, we have OB lower, water block lower. But not sure if it's going to happen at least today. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on Wednesday. Because I noticed like Euro futures, Euro overall does not move a lot. So I will look for retracement up back to this area. Ideally would like to see retracement up, but it should stay below 50% of this drop. And I will short 5-minute OB to aim for the top of 4 fair value gap. I'm a short Euro futures today after retracement up. I like it. Gold trying to retrace higher to 50%. Also good for me. So once again, my plan, if it's going to offer 30-minute sweep here and a test of this 30-minute fair value gap, 50% to 15-minute week, I will short 3-minute OB. Once again, it's very important for me to sweep this level, but not too close above this level. I will try to short then. Which means if it's going to break and close above this level, I'm going to flip my bias. So far, as long as we're below this level, I would like to short back to New York midnight open again. Yeah, that's pretty much it for now. Let's see.
AK. Yeah, it's not that I'm trying to hide the DOM from you guys. I just haven't figured out how I want to lay it out for the stream yet. Because I gotta have the DOM and then the chart next to it. Does take up a bit of space, so I gotta figure that out. Just give me a few days. I think by next week, or tomorrow, or Wednesday, I just gotta figure out how to lay it out. I do have more columns that I use, so it takes up some space. No, I gotta have it right next to price. Yeah. Okay, we are moving.
So nice move up on ES and NQ. I hope it's going to take Asia high now. Sorry, guys.
The chat is very picky. Yeah.
So NQ is about to take Asia high. ES still below this level. So let's see. I really would like to see some retracement down after taking Asia high too long from there. So I would say my top level for ES for today is going to be around like 7,020, 7,015, something like this. So I'm looking for higher if it's going to stay above New York Midnight Open after retracement down. And target is going to be around like 7,015, 7,020. So let's see. Gold. I'm okay to trade gold, just really small size. So I feel like nothing wrong about this right now, but would like to see a bit higher first. Okay, here's my minor sell side on SPX that I discussed before. We opened near this level, but we didn't test this level yet. So let's see if it's going to take minor sell side first. I discussed this at the beginning of stream. And yeah, and then reaction. So here's OT of this gap. We tested 50% of this RCH gap, but price failed to take minor sell side. So let's see if it's going to offer Asia high taken, a retracement down. This is exactly what we need to long, right? So I like how we opened and went higher to 50%, which is really near to Asia high on ES. And the retracement after this will be amazing to see. So Asia high taken on NQ, but not on ES just yet. Okay.
This is a pretty tricky open.
Yeah. Maybe makes sense to wait for 10 right now, or 950 at least. Good morning, guys.
Reginald, good morning. Every time I see a bunch of emojis in the chat, I know exactly who it is. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that they just kind of opened up and ran right away. So now for me, it's like I hope they come back to test this zone, which is all the way back to the open. And if they do that, it means they came all the way back to the open. So for me, it's a bit conflicting, but I am willing to see.
So gold tested my level finally. So let's see if it's going to, it may offer sweep now, but it's very important to wait for the action. I don't want to see closure above this level because it will destroy my plan for short. But if it's going to just sweep and offer the action, it will try to short. Because as I said before, if it's going to close above 50%, I will flip my bias, which is perfectly fine. And I come back to original plans I mentioned at the beginning of stream, the test of this week on weekly chart, which is going to be at 5,050. Well, it's like almost 300 points. But with this range is 300 points, it's like 50 points, like last week or 2 weeks ago. So yeah, see, strong break above this level just for now, but no closure yet.
ES and NQ are just doing the opposite almost now.
Someone said MNQ and NQ not in sync. That's interesting. I want to check as well. Seems the same.
Yeah, NQ is on its way back down lower, but ES has just been trading pretty high. Looks like they might hold it here. Either way, I'm locked out of any kind of trade right now. I don't have anything.
I'm still waiting for ES to take Asia high, which is 69.63. It's important for me.
They should be able to do it now.
SPX is about to fill the gap. Now main question, if it's going to retrace down back to 350 on NQ, 25 350 and 6900 on yes, it's 60 points lower. Sounds crazy.
So the trade I wanted is just running.
Yeah.
The long back through the range, but they're doing it in a way that just locks me out completely.
Yeah, I will stick to my plan. If it's going to retrace, I will short this retracement. I will long after retracement. Silver just, straight away to blow account. Just crazy perceptions there.
Mr. Market. So what I mean was before the open, the plan was, hey, look, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna trade above or go back below weekly open, this zone? And if they are, I'm trying to get a rebid and then just to go through this range. But they opened up here and just ran right away. And I'm not just gonna buy that, right? They ran. It was really aggressive. Imbalance is still pretty much down there. And then they held even higher. And at that point, I was thinking maybe I could long this, but the risk, I didn't like the ticket price on that opportunity. So I let it go and it's going now. But reality is the idea is playing out perfectly. Sure. Well, the idea is playing out, but it's doing it in a way that I cannot get on with the move. So I mean, it's a difference between like, say, calling a market versus executing, right? You can call direction this, that. You can say, I told you it was going to go up or down, but whether or not the market gives you any access to get the opportunity is a whole different thing. And this is not, I can't interact with this kind of activity. There's no real setup for me. Yeah, we both had the same idea and we cannot get on board with it just yet.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time. We've got news coming out in like 20 minutes too. Like so many things can change. So
Yeah, guys, don't be in rush today. You will get your opportunity. It's only 9:40 a.m. Just in my opinion, if you're trying to long after market open, in my opinion, it was impossible to do this.
yeah,
Unless you're trading without stop loss.
Yeah. Unless you're a gambler. Yeah, that's not definitely not for me what happened at the open. Even now, in my mind, I'm letting the whole thing go because the market isn't really giving me anything to get in with. And like she said, it's only been 10 minutes after the open. Not too long from now, we'll probably get entirely different trade ideas, entirely different setups, and it'll all be fine. And if not, there's another day, there's another hour. Like I always say, what's the hurry? Yeah, they're building nodes higher, so that's good for upside. See if they can hold it. On days or on moves like this, we get a really sloped EMA. And one of my things is I am not going to engage far away from it. I would like to see price come back to it first. So right now for NQ, it's 602 for me. So that's about 100 points lower. Sometimes, or almost oftentimes, I would take a retracement. So I would like short here and, provide, say, I've got a 100-point runway for a pullback towards a 9, and I'd take a short, but not like this. This is a pretty good move. It's solid. It's building higher and higher. Not something I'm looking to fade for sure. Reginald, you are correct. Good trading can be very boring. Got to be picky about your spots. Do you have edge? Just because the market's moving doesn't mean you have to do anything about it.
Let me talk to us. Yeah, I can talk to us, guys. I just feel it. I
She's
got
consulting
sick.
with the
It's
crystal ball. Give her a second.
it's by the way here. I got sick. It's just really hard to talk. But ask questions. I will be happy to talk with you guys. Yeah, crystal ball is here. Did you change your hair color? I'm blonde. What changed? Maybe I just I just wash my hair. Not going to lie. I on Friday I was traded gold. I entered at 7 a.m. I don't remember if I posted executions on social media or not. I was trading on Friday. I entered at 7 a.m. I remember my entry was at 51.53. And 7 a.m. 7:25 it was, I believe. It was somewhere here. It was my trade. My stop loss was above these highs. And I closed here. So this is what I got on Friday. Since I wasn't able to sit in front of my computer, I just entered with one micro contract and walk away. So yeah, at 12:20 p.m. I got notifications that my TP hit. So I got around like 200 points with one micro. Yeah, it was nice. But like I know myself, if I was watching my trade, I would probably move at break even or chill my stop loss tight. It could hit my break even somewhere here at this retracement. Yeah, but it hit my TP around like 12:20, if not mistaken. This is what I got on Friday with one micro contract, but still nice trade. I don't use fair
Reversals.
value gaps in my trading. I use only order block for executions. So I use a liquidity sweep on 30-minute chart or hourly chart. And if it's 30-minute sweep, I use 3-minute OB to confirm the sweep. If it's hourly sweep, I use 5-minute chart, 5-minute order block to confirm sweep. That's pretty much it. It's really straightforward model. How big stop was? 60 points. That's insane. I hate to trade one contract, to be honest, mini contract or one micro contract, because it's impossible to take partials. Not fun of this. No. Yeah, like last 4 days I was at the MOT event. I'm not sure if you heard about this, but I saw some NinjaTrader teams there. It's big Max Daddy event. I'm Max Daddy, I guess. Yeah, it was nice event. I saw some nice traders there, and one guy who trades gold, he said he trades only fair value gaps on gold, and it works so good. And to be honest, I don't trade fair value gaps on gold, and I don't mind to check because he said like he trades only fair value gaps, and it's so good. Is it always a liquidity sweep? Yes, exactly. Liquidity sweep after taking high time frame point of interest. Exactly right. Yeah, order block, always use order blocks. I don't use, I mean, like there are cases when I use fair value gaps, but almost never. Because for continuation setup, I feel like fair value gaps work better than order blocks for continuation setup. So basically when we already have confirmed liquidity sweep on high time frame, because I would say we have like it's lower risk to trade fair value gaps as continuation setup than order block, just according to my observations. But I'm not fan of trading continuations. So I use order blocks 99.9% of the time. I have lots of videos about order blocks and other stuff on my YouTube channel. Just go to Limit Traders and I explain order blocks many, many times. Good morning, guys who just joined. Good morning. I just keep going higher on indices right now. Oh, you're very welcome. So once again, my top level for ES is going to be around 7,015, 7,020. But I wouldn't mind to get retracement because it just straight up since market open, really hard to trade.
The bad, I don't know how to say your name, but it says, how can you distinguish between building to continue direction or rejection? You can only speculate. If it's building, but it's still building in that direction, I'm going to assume that it's only a matter of time until they build the next one. So if say we're going up and they're building volume upside, and at some point it pulls back to like the lower end of that node and it holds, I'm going to assume that now they're going to go back up and through to the upper end and try to build a new one. I'm not going to speculate that it's going to be rejected until they test upside of that node and either taper and then keep testing the low side, or they go up, they build another one, and then they go back to a previous one and leave that one behind. So there's no way to know. There's no way to know anything truthfully in the market. Best you can do is speculate with whatever information you have. Yes, I know nothing. That is true. So, if you haven't, go check out the playbook. I go into it pretty in depth on it. So right now we are building. ES is just constantly building nodes, and NQ is trading at the highest one, building the biggest one at these highs. So see how it shakes out. The plan has essentially played out. So that is off the table at this point for me. Yeah, it's just building. So likely it's going to continue through to 800, maybe even above that, towards 860s, 870s. Maybe the market can start to stall and reject, but ultimately, even if it does there, it can catch a higher low at some point. If we pull back prior to reaching the 860s, I would probably be inclined to long this thing. I would look for a long, yeah. But the market does not really want to go back in any capacity. So all we can do is just sit and wait for something. If there's nothing, there's nothing. It's just the fact of the matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Italian guy, absorption occurs everywhere, right? There doesn't need to be a difference between absorption and building higher. If you're building anywhere, there's absorption because it requires two-way trade. I think too many people, especially like when starting off an order flow, they think absorption means that some sort of reversal is going to happen. Absorption is simply, matched liquidity. So if you're hitting market and it's getting absorbed, it means there is a passive seller of, decent size. But ultimately, the market wants to buy still. It doesn't mean that if you're buying and then you hit a wall that it has to go back. There has to be enough there to stop the buying. So if I'm trading long side and I see a lot of absorption, it doesn't really say, okay, take the longs off because this is where it stops. Like we don't really know that. More like if I'm long and I see aggressive buying that's just still flooding in, I'm not going to take that trade off because they're still aggressively buying the market. And if they're the ones getting momentum in price, why would I then assume that that's going to be where they stop? It wouldn't really make sense. So don't get too caught up on absorption. Absorption is not an event. It is just a process.
Looking for the setup here on gold. Let's see if it's going to close. So it will offer 3-minute inversion for a value gap and closure below 3-minute flat candle. Short down to New York, midnight open. We got this on 5-minute chart, but once again, since I'm looking for 3-minute flat candle here, so candle that does not have wick. Yeah, guys, 1 micro is going to be like what I'm going to trade if it's going to close. It's around like $400 risk to make 700 or so. We're gonna see.
Looks like I have a zone from 780s to 820s.
No closure yet, too short. But if it's going to close,
You're looking
I
for
may
a
give
short
it a
around this
try.
spot?
Yeah, on gold, if it's going to close below this line here, I may give it a try.
Gold short.
Yeah, just try to. It's going to be around like, I just tell like 70 points and lower. But I don't mind to give it a try if it's going to close.
I should have looked for an NQ short here. See if they can pull us
On
back up.
Q, let me check.
I have a zone. It looks like there's someone stepping in.
Really hard. I hate to short against the trend, and it seems like it's just crazy, like strong bullish trend right now.
I'm gonna
And I
wait
don't really
until
see
they stop
confirmation.
moving.
Yeah. I don't see confirmation on the 5-minute chart.
They're still just
I'm
buying
okay
this.
to wait for 10. Yeah, I'm okay to wait for 10.
Oh yeah,
We have
there's
news
news
in
in 7
6
minutes.
minutes. Yeah, in 6
Forget
minutes.
it.
Yeah, guys, stop is insane, but no option. If it's going to close 1 micro, it's around like $400. Like, okay. But yeah, it's 40 points, 45 points stop loss. It's just insane. This key range is like 1 point
gold stop loss
on gold. Yeah. But not 90. This more in a soft setup for 90 points stop loss. But you have a chance to win 70 points. I'm going to ignore like amount of points I'm going to risk. But yeah, with 1 micro, it's not that painful, guys. That's what I see so far. We got break below 50% of this week again, this week here again. It just works for me. Yeah, sometimes it's better just ignore like how many points you're going to risk, just like adjust your contract size according to this amount of points. Because 40 points sounds crazy, but with one micro, it's $400. It's not a big deal, I would say, right? Setup is here, sometimes ranges are crazy. Just crazy.
String B, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
So guys, news in 4 minutes. Be careful. Be careful.
You're not in the gold short yet, right?
Not yet. No closure. I mean, my plan is closure short.
I would definitely consider NQ shorts, but with the news coming out, there's no way.
It may run without me, but I like my idea here. Even if it's going to run without me, I mean, it's perfect. My plan is to wait for the closure short. It's dropping without me, but it's fine. Happens. Where's New York Midnight Open on micro in Q? Oh, micro roll, not in Q. Come on. At 98. Okay. It's different, by the way. It's 98 on micro gold, but I believe it's 96 on gold. Oh, no, it's the same.
No, I'm not muted. Just waiting for news.
Just nothing, nothing is going on right now.
Yeah, just waiting for some news. Yeah, even if this short runs without me, it's fine because there's no way I get in a trade right before the news like this anyway. So sometimes the market gives you opportunities, sometimes you just better off doing nothing.
Exactly.
What can news change perspective? I don't like cling on to what the news is. I just don't want to be on the book when the news hits. I want to be off the book. Don't want the exposure like this. So it's more what it is. So yeah, I wanted to short up there and it's going, but was I going to get into a new trade like just a couple minutes before the news? No. So it's just one of those things where, yeah, the idea played, it could have worked, but ultimately it just wasn't meant to be. What can you do? If you try to force stuff like that, you won't be around for long. So that's always my thinking. The market already played out the long plan, but I just couldn't get on. They didn't give me any real chance to get on. So it is what it is. Sometimes you just gotta sit and just wait or do nothing.
Yep. Short below 69.65 on ES would be nice to see. Would like to get 2-minute OB as well. But don't want to short right at news because of volatility. I remember I was on trade. It was right before news. And I was wrong. It should hit my stop loss, but instead, of course, it didn't hit my stop loss. It just went through this. There was a huge drawdown. So sometimes it's just so fast and it cannot fill your order at all. So
Mhm.
just guys, be careful. Yes, Daniel.
Amiska, I don't know how to say your name, but I mean that's how
And
it is.
volatility
Wow, look at
is
this.
here. Okay, let's see if gold is going to drop. I just would like to see the test of New York midnight open again. We got 5 retests before this. I'm from Belarus, guys. It's country next to Russia and Poland. It's Russian accent. SPX completely fills the gap. Failed to take minor sell side. Which will be nice, for a retracement down that I expect to get on ES. Minor sell side right next to New York midnight open on ES, which is so cool. Kind of nothing is going on. I will start looking for short on ES below 69.64, 65 area. So basically below this week's over here. Once it breaks this level, I will look for short. It's not like crazy range. Just okay to try. Your wife is from Moscow, yeah. We're still inside bullish trend in my opinion, but gold, I truly believe gold needs to retest New York midnight open again. I'm not sure about liquidity levels. I'm not sure about huge moves down. I mean, my drawn liquidity for gold at 43.20. It's like just 400 points lower. Can we expect this today? I have no idea. I have no idea, guys. Look at this crazy 20-minute candle. Insane.
Oh, I'm gonna try long 2 lots here. Pretty bad fill. So I've been trying to fill long on the Dom, but it just wouldn't go. So I had to. Oh, why am I on 2? This is not going well. This is not going well. All right. I'm gonna take one off there. Break even this one. Yeah, I was trying to fill limits long down there around the 730s. I just couldn't get it. I had to hit market on this execution chart, so my fill is 20 points higher. I don't know what I did to my Dom. I think it might still be on sim, so it didn't fill, but I will check after this trade kind of either runs off higher or stops me break even on the second lot. But yeah, that could have been my bad. It cost me like almost $1,000 in profits, maybe. No, it's on live. Okay, weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing on the Dom, but it is on my live account. Anyway, can't complain if I'm making money.
Haters will say it's fake.
Hey, well, you guys see it here, right here. It says XY. It's my live account.
Yeah, we have high probability, like big chance to go down to New York midnight open. Not here. A big chance to retrace to New York midnight open if price did not revisit this level between 3 and 7 a.m. But if price opened way above or below this level, chance is smaller. So we got how many points away? 1 second, I'm gonna see. It's like almost 100 points away on ES below New York midnight open. So which means probably like chance is smaller. I'm checking gold, yeah. Not fan of this. Because the closure, I really would like to see the test of New York midnight open. We're gonna see. I'm not going to be in a rush right now. It was like 10 points away from this level before.
I'm just gonna trail this up with NQ. So patience got us something, chat. And
Yay.
now I'm thinking I might have started clicking wrong. So to enter, it's either, oh no, it's either shift click or control click. And I might have been doing the wrong one, which is why I couldn't fill where I wanted to, which is literally 20 points lower than the fill that I have now. So it might have been my brain. Gonna figure that out after this trade here. It's supposed to be shift click. Yeah, was I control clicking or shift clicking? We'll test it out after this trade. Hopefully it just keeps running so I don't have to do anything. But I'm trailing it now. Yeah, I wanted 3 lots down here. It was pretty nice. I think my data is delayed. Lumi, what price do you have right now?
On NQ? 818,
18. Okay, we're
822.
way up there. Yeah, I think my data is lagging a little bit. It's not the DOM, it's my NT. Friday high ES just hit, so I'm gonna keep an eye on this. I might just take the money. Depending on I'm looking at ES's order flow here on the Friday. They are still just crossing the tape, buying it pretty hard, so can't complain. I'm gonna wait for ES tape, see if it kind of starts to fade, and then peel this off. And if it doesn't, then we'll keep going. My bad, I cannot see anything in the chat. All right, I'm gonna take this off. Sweet. All right. I don't know if the market is going to give me another opportunity, guys. It just opened and gave my plan the middle finger. Both Lumi and I. We're like, yeah, we like longs. Longs are pretty cool. And then the market's like, yo, see you later.
Exactly.
Now she has to look over at gold.
Yeah.
And Q left us in the dust. What is the name of indicator that displays? Oh, Marcos. That's it's actually a NinjaTrader live provided indicator. I think it's for everybody, right? Production. The great Mike Burke made it for the stream so that you guys can always see what we're doing or like what position and how it's going in bigger text. It's called Position Tracker, literally. There it is in the chat. They linked it so you can just go there. It's pretty cool. I like that it helps you instantly calculate your risk. So for me, I always have it in dollar amounts. And as soon as I get in, the stop is in, it'll tell you like this is how much you're risking. So I don't pay too much attention to like the profit thing where it's like, oh, potential profit. I need to know right away how much money I've just paid for the opportunity.
I still like gold shorts.
Gold, yeah, gold looks like it's kind of
I just
stuck.
would like to see test of New York midnight open.
What's your trigger for a short on gold?
Idea is it failed to close. It tested 5 times this level, New York midnight open, but failed to close this below this level. So right now we got retracement up around like 9:40 a.m., but price wasn't able to take buy side liquidity level, which means it may try again to retrace lower. Retrace where? To the area where we cannot break and close below this level, which is New York midnight open. So it failed to take buy side. I would like to see short to New York midnight open again, because for now it's support for us. Price cannot break this level yet. So I would say just it's market structure idea, smart money concept idea, yeah, pretty much. Since it failed to take buy side, it will go to opposite liquidity level, which lines up with New York midnight open. So I still like shorts. Let me just enter it near 10 a.m. open here. I will put my stop loss lower, like not here, maybe somewhere here at 93. Still around like 50-point stop loss, but still 45, 50-point stop loss. It's okay.
Yeah, I know nothing. That's exactly what the plan was for me. It was if NQ, goes below, gets into the prior volume that led to a move higher, they tapered into it and they came all the way back to the retest, but they didn't reoffer this spot. So if it's not the case, the 5-day rolling, I'm just following the majority volume back in and through. So yeah, what you're seeing was the original plan from the morning. It's if you break outside of huge volume, price needs to now accept it. They need to start trading it. And if they do that and they come all the way back to where they were and they start to accept the range that they were in, I mean, it's not even like it doesn't even have to be volume profile. It could be price action. It could be, all kinds of things. It's balance to balance. So that was pretty much the long idea, which is, yeah, what you're seeing now. The market on today's profile, like the intraday profile, it's building higher and higher. But where is it really building? It's building within this all over again. So then it's likely going to test the other side, which is why I wanted the pullback longs, because instead of trying to get a short somewhere in the middle of this range, just if they don't go all the way through to the 870s, they're working their way through. So on a pullback, try to get in and grab the rest of the meat on the bone. And that's what I did. I mean, I don't know where I took the trade off, but I don't regret it. It was based off of ES at the prior day high. And yeah, I mean, now it's going to run, but I couldn't get more size
Just
on. I
got
only had
break.
2.
I like this. We got break below 10 a.m. open. I mean on gold. This idea
Short?
here. Yeah, I mean this keyword is not perfect. It's like around like 1.4 R. I think so. Even less, I guess. Like 1.2 R. Since we got the break here. Yeah, not perfect risk reward, but still idea is here. This idea, 1 R. Yeah, I just not going to. I don't see like 2 R trades right now. I mean, of course, like it can be 2 R here if you're just going to hold this, because definitely it can go lower. But support right now, it's really strong support at New York midnight open. So
I
cannot
just
argue with
figured it
this.
out.
Like,
Chat, I figured it out. I friggin' was holding control click, but it was supposed to be shift click. I did it to myself. $1,000 mistake.
wow, it's like 100 points from your entry right now. That's good. I would like to see 7,000. Yeah, 7,020, 7,015 on ES. So we did trace here. Let's see if it's going to hold this level. I will short immediately.
Have I thought of using a stream deck?
I will short gold if it's going to stay below 10 open, just for like 40-50 points lower. Let's see. Let me switch on micro gold here on NinjaTrader.
Dr. Steve, go back to sleep. It's good luck.
2-minute chart. Okay. I'm going to use 2-minute chart for the closure. Let's see. For me, I will short off 10 open if it's going to stay below this level. I will put my stop. It's going to be around like 1.2 R, I guess. I will put my stop loss around here. I will show you. Just it's my plan for now. Short below 10 open. Stop loss around here. Target New York midnight open. Where's New York midnight open at 98? Yeah. Wow, such a big move up on ES. Interesting how SPX failed to take minor sell side, which was, honestly, it was confirmation for me, like we will trace lower back to the city again. But no, just straight up. So we got minor closure above 10 open. I'm not going to count this as closure. Still good for me. 1 minute left on this candle. I will use market order, so basically I will trade reaction. I believe nobody expects to get, if it's going to right now offer reaction of 10 open, it's going to just quick deliver the lower. So I will use market order to enter the trade. No reason to put limit orders. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I can endorse that Jeremy walk. What? Says my strategy to pass month do X, Y does. You win some, you lose some. For the stream deck, yeah, I thought about it, and then I was like, well, I'd have to program it, which I'm not big brain enough to do, so no stream deck for me. I'm not like professional streamer influencer quite yet. Just a dude in front of the camera for now.
But every time your mic picks up your voice, there is very low pitch resonance sounds just. Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know about this. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, it'd always have to be YouTube University for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have much of a need for a stream deck right now, I imagine. So, did XYZ try short earlier? No, I got long instead.
Yeah, we were bullish, but we were looking for the retracement down, which never happened. I mean, I was looking for deep retracement. Never happened.
I have a radio voice. First time I've ever heard of that. Well, I've heard that. Yeah, no one's ever told me that. This is not competition, Lana, but on Wednesday it is the competition. I don't know if production can throw up the graphic right now, somewhere up on here. Bam, yes, us four, me, Kane, Nick, and Leo. We will be streaming open to midday through midday.
Oh, that's cool.
Competition. So sign up if you guys haven't. It's free, cash prizes.
I will sign up. You'll participate as well.
See if you guys can go against Lumi. I have my doubts, but
Yay.
she's
Which
got the crystal
instruments we can
ball.
trade?
You guys didn't know. It's gonna be hard.
Yes, guys.
But if you could top
I'm going
her,
to participate.
you will get cash money.
I'm going to sign up right now. Join competition, yes, please. So we can trade ES,
And Q,
micro
micro
silver. Oh,
micro
micro
gold.
silver. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Dip
going
and
to
cake.
participate because I would like to trade micro silver to try, how to trade micro silver.
It's the perfect
Well,
time.
yeah. So join competition. I'm in, guys. I'm going to participate with everyone.
Never bet against Lumi. I wouldn't either. Trying to buy that crystal ball off of her.
Yeah, just sign up. You're going to have 50K account, seems like. Yeah. And you can trade up to 5 micro silver contracts. Oh, wow. That's a lot, by the way. Because I remember when I was trying to trade, it was like a couple of weeks ago, micro silver on Lucid accounts. And I put like stop loss, which look like it's like nothing, right? Small stop loss, but it was risk $800 with 1 micro. So with 5 micros, we can make a lot, but we can lose a lot as well.
Yeah, it's a 50K account for the competition. 50K balance. So that's why you get so much leverage.
You don't have drawdown. Yeah. You have 50,000.
So you guys can go wild.
Yep. So guys, join. Let's trade together. First place will win $1,000. From second to 5 is going to be $500, and from 6 to 15 is going to $200.
And all for free sign up. So
Yep.
might as well. Do you mind telling us your thought process on that long that I took? Yeah, super simple. Very simple. I was pretty much waiting for a chance too long, and price came back. I wanted to pretty much, until the market trades 870s, 860s, I'm willing to get long to catch those prices. So pulling back closer to the 90 MA, which is what I was waiting for. When prices extended away from it, I don't want to just chase that. So it started coming back, and they started really, really selling these 740s to 730s. And as soon as they tried it a few times, they're not really getting much done. They dumped almost 200 negative delta, which is hitting the bid, but not really able to push. And so I waited. They finally traded under it. But when they had a chance to run under that, they didn't sell anymore. They literally just sold a few lots and it went back up. So I'm trying to get the fills in the 30s. I was clicking the wrong buttons on the DOM, so it didn't fill. So I had to just buy market on the thing on the execution chart here. So I got in the 750s. 20 points higher. It sucks. I couldn't get more size because I was way higher up. Took one off and then took the other one off. Honestly, it wasn't too long. It was a $2,200 trade. So I took this off way sooner than where price is trading now. Truthfully, I was not going to hold past the 860s anyway. And ES was bumping the prior day high. So for me, it was, well, I've got one left. I'm going to get something for it. I don't know how many points I took, honestly. You'd have to like replay the stream to see it. But really simple.
You got like 80 points or 70 points
on the
your
last
runner.
one. Cool. Yeah, it was just we still have a runway out to the 860s. Give me a chance to get on board. To give me a chance. I screwed it up a little bit, but we still got paid, so I'm happy about it.
Good trade, amazing trade.
The Dom's fault. It's my fault. I know nothing. I know, huh?
You guys, I will stream PM session as well. Quite choppy on gold, Like I expect to get delivered to New York midnight open like 30 minutes ago.
Where was your entry? Cool.
Idea was like short from 10 a.m. open. I mean, once again, here it wasn't entry. It was just like, I would like to get set up like that, but I didn't trade this. Second idea is If it's going to fail to close above 10 a.m. open, short market order. Stop. It's just horrible. This keyword, I know, but short right below 10 a.m. open and stop loss above 50%
Are
to
you?
15 minutes week. I mean, no, I am not in.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just reading the tape. You know, it's just
Mm-hmm.
choppy so far. I will show you NinjaTrader once I trade. I'm just reading the tape for now. Not fan of like this consolidation up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still flat on the day. Didn't take a single trade yet. Yes, straight up from 10 a.m. open. Maybe lunch will be nice at this point. I can wait for the retracement. I honestly didn't mind to see New York midnight open, but since we're more than 100 points away from this level now, I'm not ready to touch indices right now. But gold, I know, like it's just so choppy, but I don't mind to see like good delivery to New York midnight open, because if it's going to retest this level and sweep, it should be just nice reversal from there. Like I don't know if I should try. I mean, I can actually try. If it right now it's short here, it's just one micro. Risk around like $300. Not a big deal. Let's see.
This is a good question. Jefferson Martin asks, XY, why were you initially bullish when NQ was 500 points lower? It's a great question because when they went 500 points lower, we'll say 500 points. What did they do? So they chewed through some bid and they got to where they needed to get to, which is prior volume. And what they do there? Not too much. So if you drive the market lower and you get to their destination and the market decides, sell side goes, not really interested in selling these prices. Now they got to go find the sellers. If you do all that and before market open, the whole thing is now retraced. The only thing left is, all right, does it hold at the break and continue lower? Or has the market now decided, I'd rather just buy? Like the market just wants to buy this now. If that's the case, we're going to go back through the range because now we have an answer. The market tested this lower range, got to the destination, made that choice. This is new information. If they move lower and make the choice that not interested in any lower, everyone's going to see this now. And new buyers are going to step in because they're like, well, we have our answer. There's not enough willingness to sell in this range. If you want to buy, I'm probably not going to get those opportunities. I need to buy it here. And the sellers are like, well, if they sold that range and now we're all the way back above that range, I'm not willing to sell that. So my idea is that's what took place. And the market just decided, all right, well, we tried that door. Nobody liked what was behind it. Let's go back to where we came from. Right. So that's kind of like when the joke was like, oh, a club promoter theory. You go to a club, everyone's in there. It's a great time. You're like, let's go check out this one. You leave, you go to the other club. It sucks. Everyone's in there now. They're like, this place blows. What are they going to do? They're going to go back to the other one. And so it's essentially what happened. I hope that resonates with you.
Oops.
Club promoter talk, yes. Jefferson, I hope it makes sense. If it doesn't, it's not your fault. It's my fault.
Ugly delivery on a gold, just ugly delivery, not going to lie. But like I wasn't in front of my computer for almost a week. My brain still can work in the right direction, which is good.
Too busy partying. Lumi's still in party
Yeah.
mode. She was what? Weren't you courtside at the Miami game?
Yeah. Did you watch me?
I saw on your
Yeah, it
Twitter.
was
You're just
Patrick Whelan
blasting
there.
out
Patrick
content. And
invited
I'm like,
me,
wow,
yeah.
look at her go. She's living her best.
Yeah, it was nice. I was so tired yesterday because I left Miami at 12. I was like, 3 hours of driving. I mean, like, it's not that bad. but it was fire on I-95. It was like the road was closed completely for 15 miles. And they forced us to like use another road, which was just one line and lots of trucks, like lots of cars. I was driving for almost 7 hours, guys, home. Oh my
Oh,
God,
you
it was just,
drove.
it was just crazy. I wasn't, I wasn't able to feel my butt yesterday. It was just crazy.
Now they're throwing her on air like trade this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for anyone watching on Q, tested at upper range above 870s where volume starts to taper. And they're pulling it back. So the question is never whether they were going to pull it back. It's does it
Yeah,
hold
it was.
then?
Yeah, it was in Palm Bay. I live in Brevard County. I live in Melbourne. Yeah, but it's crazy. It's crazy. Huge traffic. It was fire there. Yeah, I read news right after this. I didn't know what happened, but lots of smoke there. Like it was crazy. Lots of cars. Oh, you live in Melbourne too? Oh, wow. Small world. Wow. That's so nice.
Did you drive alone?
Yeah,
Did you get sleepy because you're not talking to anybody? Just 7 hours in the
of
car.
course. Of course, I did.
Yeah, that's a long drive by yourself
I live
too.
in Vieira as well. Oh, wait a minute. Where do you live? I live in Vieira as well. Wow, that's small world. That's crazy. That's crazy. Where do you live? Like next to what? That's crazy. Stalker. Next to courthouse. Well, hello neighbor. Hello neighbor.
Oh, my bad. I know nothing. I thought that was just the end of it. Yeah, no, the thought is the idea played out fully and they got to the destination, which is this lower volume spot, and the market's just going to make another choice here. Look, are we going to build volume in it now? Is there enough buy interest to actually trade through this range? And if not, then they could just start making the way back down until they find buyers. The question is, do they find it higher? And if they find it higher, they could find enough interest to push through the range. But that's what's causing this stall. The pullback is they've had trouble finding buy interest in this range, as you can see on the profile, and until they do, they won't be able to push price through. So
Any more details and people will come to my house. Yeah. We can meet by the way one day because it's nice. It's nice.
that's doxing themselves. Yeah, fiber optic. They're gonna keep running up because the generational lows will never be seen again. You know this. Can I dump it? No, I don't think so. I don't know if this, I mean, if it were to, it would be from here. But they are showing some pretty good bid interest right now. So if they do hold this higher, they might find it through this range, really. Because the information is different now. They tested that downside. This is new information. And if the market is going to decide, look, we tried a downside, there's not enough sell interest for me to buy, and they have to fill buy orders. Well, they're going to have to buy it higher. They have no choice. And that might be what we see today. I mean, you can look at any time frame. The candles are really bullish on indices, so
Yeah.
it's a tough fade. It's a tough fade. That's pretty
Yeah.
much what
I'm
me
not,
and Lumi were
yeah,
doing. We're doing nothing
exactly.
because we can't fade it.
Yeah, like I'm not fan of trading like this trend. When people are saying like trade this trend, buy pullbacks, where I need to buy pullbacks. It's like easy to say, but it's really hard to engage.
Yeah. Sometimes you want to buy pullbacks and it pulls back and then you bought it, but it keeps pulling back.
So once again, I'm going to explain again. Here was okay to short above New York midnight open. Why? Because yes, we got several rejection from New York midnight open before. If you open 5-minute chart on gold, you will see that we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 retest of New York midnight open, but price wasn't able to break this level. Even right now, once again, see this, guys? We cannot break this level again. And I was like, At 8:30 a.m., which is nice time to trade gold because market opens at 8:20 a.m. in gold, I was like, It's swept this level, probably it will go up. That's why I said I would like to see 50% of 15-minute week. But what happened here? It broke 50% of 15-minute week, but it failed to take buy side, which was important for me. Since it failed, I would like to see the tracement down again. Where? I would like to see the tracement down. So areas we cannot break, which was New York midnight open. And we got like 2 more retests here, and price still cannot break this level. We have strong support, and which means what? If it's going to break New York midnight open, like strong closure below this level, I will be bearish for the day, not for the day, for this session. AM session, maybe lunch, where we can go to next liquidity level. See, we have lots of failure swings here. We clearly can see this, and we have London low lower, which I cannot say like for sure creates equal lows, but still, we can drop like a lot of points. I will not be surprised to see 200 points drop once we get strong break below New York midnight open. But for now, I cannot short this because I see how price keep respecting this level again. Once again, it's not coincident. We got 2 more retests, like 9 retests of New York midnight open, and price still cannot break this level. So just be careful, guys. At this point, just wait. If you want to short, just wait for the break this level. Break below this level will mean, yeah, we're ready to drop. As long as we respect this level, just be ready for the tracing back up. I still believe like it's just consolidation, nothing else. And if I want to long this, I will try to long above the AM open, right? Because it's 4 hour. I'm going to show you right now. 1 second. 1 second. I'm waiting for my indicator to show up. So as you can see, here is the 4 hour chart. We have lots of sweeps here, but once price breaks above 10 AM open, this means we may start confirming this 4 hour sweep here. And this candle can turn bullish once we get 15-minute order block. So break above 10 AM open plus 15-minute OB should offer a long opportunity. Only if price will stay above New York midnight open and will not close below this level. For now, so what I'm looking at reaction from New York midnight open. Can I long right now? No. Can I short right now? No. This area where we're going to decide the direction for the AM session and lunch session. So I will try to short with strong break below New York midnight open, or I would try to long with strong break above 10 AM open. That's it. That's only 2 plans I have.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been an hour after market open too. No one needs to rush into anything. There's going to be Euro close in the next hour. Feels like everyone's trying to just find a trade.
Yeah.
Not too much
Because
out in the
it's
market
really
now.
hard to sit and wait and wait and wait and wait. I hate it as well, guys. Yeah, like I'm not going to lie. When I sit on my butt for like 4 hours and no trades, I feel like I'm wasting my time. Seriously.
Yeah. I mean, you're just kind
I
of used
prefer
to it,
just
right? Like, usually you show up to work. If you're on the clock, you're getting paid. But in this game, you can show up, you're on the clock, and you're not getting paid. But that's the job too, so it's kind of weird. Column, end of the chart. This is RTH only. I don't know which volume profile you're talking about. But is your volume from the end of the chart view? This is just a New York session only profile. this 1 hour chart is 5 days here, and then 24-hour here on these individual ones. So it's kind of like daily candles. Yeah, that's pretty much it. A strong move, holding higher. So they did try to sell through these 850s. If that's not going to work, well, the market's going to know if you still need to buy, you're going to have to do it higher. And this is likely what leads to moves through ranges here. So if the market were to be able to offer this, like a lot of people were looking for, they wouldn't try to sell and then get set off sides by buyers. That quite literally tells us there's not enough sellers in the market. So if you guys were to put risk on that, it would be ill-advised. You would have to wait for the market to show you a range where there is, there are more sellers than buyers. It's not really the information right now. It could change, yeah. If they trade into the 840s and below, that would be different because that would mean 2 attempts at the high, and now they're getting continuation downside, which means this whole node, this range, for the time being, there are more sellers, and then you could even put like price action into it. It's the same thing. Same setup, different lens. How do I protect myself during these days? What I just described. I'm not I'm not like a levels trader, right? Just because price hit a level doesn't mean I'm gonna engage with it. I need to see a setup. So if price hits a level and I see sellers come in, I'm not slapping the trade on. I'm waiting for sellers to come in, the buyers to fade out, and the sellers to get continuation in the order flow. So Lumi, you're the gold queen?
Yeah.
Hmm. Just learned something.
I mean, can you see my mic? Can, can you see my crystal ball? It's not
Ah.
coincident here. Even when gold inside consolidation, but indices like perfect trend there, I see gold better than indices. Not going to lie.
Yeah, someone said even
Even
your
for
hair
here.
is going gold. Yeah, it looks the same as the mic. Nails gold, everything gold.
Some people call me queen of BS price action. That's true, by the way, as well. That's true, by the way, as well. I can trade really, guys, garbage price action, but when it's like textbook setups, I never see this kind of setups. It's just like, well, nothing to trade for me. But when it's consolidation, just not tradable range, guys, not a problem. Let me help you.
ES is high, is 21 and 50. It's not exactly exhaustive, so I'm not convinced that we've seen the highs for the day on indices yet. Could get a deep pullback though. Can definitely see a deep pullback. But I think ultimately these won't be the highs just yet. 15-minute chart is about to be a double doji down. I do not like to get in front of those. Yeah, I know nothing. I think it helps being on NT Live. The chat is very what's the word? Supportive. The chat's very supportive of
Exactly.
not
I
forcing
also noticed this.
trades. Yeah. And they'll tell us backstage at the beginning of the show, when the show first started, like, don't feel like you have to do anything. If there's nothing, there's nothing. Just explain that there's nothing. But the chat largely has always been really supportive of just not forcing things. If it's not for you, it's not for you. If it's working without you, it is what it is, you know? It'd be like that. So it helps us for sure. It helps us to just stay in line with the market and not psych ourselves out. Sometimes, yeah, it does get to you. Like, you know, I had one trade earlier, kind of messed up the execution a little bit, but the market really hasn't given me anything since. And, you know, at some points I'm like, well, I feel kind of bad just sitting here, not really doing anything, but that's the game. And it helps that the chat's not like, hey, do something, you know? But yeah, the thing is too, there's so much tradertainment. You guys want to see people firing off trades like they're playing cards? There are so many channels out there for that. But I would assume people come into NT Live to see like, we'll use the word professional trading. I don't know if I'd classify myself in such a way, but if you want to see the reality of it, it's a lot of nothing, truthfully. If you're being responsible, it's a lot of nothing because we're here to do one thing. We're here to exploit edge. And if you think edge is there for you to exploit every 5 minutes in the market, just go to a table game at the casino. It's the same thing. So real trading, you're gonna see this if you want tradertainment. There's plenty of that elsewhere. It helps that you guys ask us stuff. I mean, you guys engage with us, gives us something to talk about. Definitely helps with not going stir crazy, staying flat in front of a camera. So we appreciate that for sure. And I also have not begged for likes yet, so please hit the likes.
Don't be shy, guys.
Talk about the new DOM. It's great. It's great. Yeah, it's going good. I trading the cash account live on it today. I'm very afraid. I'm honestly very afraid. And hey, we're green. So I survived it. We'll try again next stream. But
Yep.
it's going well. Yeah, I mean, Lumi's just been sitting here too. Like, we had the same idea for indices. We got locked out of that. She was looking at gold. Didn't really convince her enough to get in the trade. And that's the business.
Yep. Don't feel bad about this. Just okay.
You guys see her make money every day anyway. What's the hurry?
But still happy, you know, because I felt like this morning open chart, I was like, something new because I really I wasn't able to read price action like this morning. I was like, what I want to expect to get today. And I felt like, okay, 5 days is just too much for me.
You guys
Yeah.
were there starting Thursday, right? So
Yeah.
Thursday, Friday, and then the weekend, and then today. It's kind of like, all right, what have we just done?
Yeah. It's hard to come back, but it's okay.
How many risky? Okay, that's a crazy question. How many risky trades did I trade before finding patience? I can't even count that high. I was doing all kinds of dumb stuff. But I mean, that's how it is when you first start. Anything dumb you guys have done, I've probably done it 10 times over. And when I started, props weren't really like a big thing. So I'm just burning
Yeah.
actual cash.
Yeah,
Sucks.
for me it's interesting question because why you need to take risky trades to find patience. So patience is basically your edge because you're trading your edge. What do I mean by this? You have model, you're following these rules. Once you have model, of course, you're going to have patience because you know what you're going to trade according to this model. You don't need to take risky trades to find the patience, right? You need to have checklist with your setup and you need to follow this checklist every single day. Once you follow this list, checklist, here's your patience, guys. You don't need to take risky trades for this. Risky trades, this means you don't have risk management at all. you need to have risk management, which is very important, guys. That's why I said this morning, like 40 points stop loss. Maybe it sounds crazy, guys, but if you're going to adjust your contract size to this risk, you're going to be good. One micro 400 risk to make 700, it's not a big deal, right? It's just okay. Yeah, I know. Sometimes just you don't need to like think about how many points you're going to risk. You need to think about how much I'm going to risk in this trade. And once you know this answer, you're going to adjust your contract, right? So once again, if you just at the beginning stage, guys, you don't need to take risky trades, right? Follow your rules, and that's pretty much it. Hardest part in trading is just to sit on your butt and wait for your setup. And second, is to find your model to trade. Because I have lots of questions about like lots of people asking me questions. Why I have FOMO? Not me, like person asking questions like why I have FOMO, how to stop over trading, how to stop chasing the price. So guys, once you have strategies you trade, you backtested this many times, you're not going to have FOMO because you know exactly where you're going to enter. You know exactly where you're going to put your stop loss and where you're going to close your trade. You don't need to feel FOMO at this point, right? That's what I think. And what about stop loss? So your stop loss is always your model or trade ID invalidation. It's not where I want to put my stop loss. I'm going to put my stop loss where setup is going to be invalidated, which is very important. Sorry, guys. That's what I wanted to say. Never ever take risky trades to learn how to trade. Don't do this. First, you need to backtest. I know it's boring part, guys, but you need to backtest to see if you can build the model. Maybe, for example, you notice like every single day price reaction from New York midnight open at this time, and what usually happens at this time. For example, what usually happens at this time, right? So maybe I can build my model using this level. Maybe right now I know how I notice this. If between 3 and 7 a.m. price failed to take New York midnight open, and I see, according to my backtest, we have like often it retraces back to this level. Guys, stop laughing. I'm trying to be serious and you're trying to joke around. Please. Where I stopped. So yeah, just guys, you need to backtest. It's boring part, seriously, but you need, in order to build your model, you need to collect some data to see what is going on at this time, what is going on at this time, what, for example, what gold loves to like test every single day, and so on. That's what I want to say about risky trades and patience.
Someone says, "Am I picking and choosing questions because I don't answer their questions at all?" What was your question, AK? I would wager that I've answered one or two of your questions also. I would wager that. Also, analyzing, trading, digesting, and explaining a market and staring at the chat is probably harder than you might think. So bear with us. What is this between new DOM and old DOM? I didn't have an old DOM. The DOM I've always used is the one you see on my YouTube. The new one, well, the current one, we'll say, is just me trying to replicate that. It's what I'm looking for. Yeah, if you're curious what it looks like, go on my YouTube. It's pretty similar right now. Minor differences, but I like it. I dig it. It's great. Earlier that the whole execution thing that I messed up with it, that was my bad. I pressed the wrong key, so I couldn't get the order in. And I had to chase it like 20 points higher. Yeah, Dr. Steve, thanks for that. Yeah, it's pretty tough, guys. We do our best to try to interact with chat as best we can, interact with the market as best we can, answer the questions, analyze, execute. Game's hard enough when you're not on stream. Yeah, apparently there's two of me now. Yes, everybody in my life calls me Jay. So Thanks, Caden Trades. Appreciate you. I also have a Twitter, so I think in the description on the stream, it's my Twitter. All my links will be on there. So claiming every letter one by one. Traders, I think going on six. Profitable? Loaded question, because if it were a cash account, if I had to trade cash and props didn't exist, I'm not sure I would be here right now, honestly. So props being in existence definitely helped me find profitability sooner and stay in the game. It's easier to find profitability when you're spending X amount, but your payouts are way higher. So I found profitability a lot quicker because of that. But if I was trading like dollar for dollar cash, I might not even be a trader right now. I might not have survived. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I know how hard it was, and it still is. So that's my experience.
Yeah, someone in the chat asked me, I mentioned this morning 90-point stop loss trade on gold. It was this trade. So this is according to model I trade. So we got 30 minutes sweep this morning. Sorry guys, I'm a bit sick. Sorry. We got 30 minutes sweep here, 3-minute OB. We got the closure below sequence with sub close candles. And here's the 90-point trade I was looking at. I said it's just crazy, but still. Stop loss above swing high. This is where my idea is going to be invalidated. Target, I normally aim at this model for 2R. 2R is going to be here, which is another 100 points lower, guys. So I might look for continuation still, maybe later, maybe like in 1 hour, but I would like to get in this trade again.
Yeah, Euro close in half an hour, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if anyone looks at the 15-minute, there's that double doji that I said I hate getting in front of, and this is a reason why. So when you guys see that, I think even on a 5-minute, if I see that, I don't want to get in front of it.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you this morning?
Good.
Currently, go ahead, Jack.
I was up late. I was short last night, so I stayed up way late, a lot longer than I typically do. And so I had just got to my desk about 40 minutes ago. I needed to sleep in. I hate trading tired. I've just long the NQ here at 25,820. So
Why you gotta do that, Jack? I'm short.
sorry.
It's all good. Actually, for once, I'm trading NQ. So
Oh wow.
yeah, the setup looked better on NQ. ES looked a little stronger. I wanted to short, so I said, screw it. So I am in NQ.
Oh, I have a question, Jack, for you, because I always was wondering, is it hard to trade several instruments at the same time?
I'm a limit order trader, so most of my analysis is done like prior to the levels that are trading. I don't spend too much time looking for like confirmation. I think it's harder. Like, I mean, I'm aware if I see confirmation, but because my limits are placed in advance, I'm able to do calculations prior to that. So, with my strategy specifically, it's not as hard. I think if you're watching like order flow, it's much more difficult because you need to pay attention to the immediate action currently going on. But like, for example, I've had this limit I just got filled in the NASDAQ for like about a half an hour. And so when it trades, like my decision's already been made, my risk is in place, and I don't have to do too much thinking. So I think it really just depends on the strategy, but for me, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to do this, but it was hard for me. That's why I asked.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean,
good for you. Good for you.
I definitely I think it's like, the trading, I've always traded at least 4 markets. I spent a little more time this year diving into more markets. Like, I have a friend of mine who, he doesn't trade futures. Well, he trades everything. This is one of those retail guys that he's probably one of the top 5 retail traders in the world. I texted him on Friday and I was like, tell me you hit that move short silver. And this is somebody who, he trades every market. He just looks for movement. He made $8 million on Friday short gold and silver. And I knew he was trading it just because he only trades markets that are moving. And if they're not moving, he doesn't trade at all. And like, he's kind of inspired me to trade more markets, because I look at anybody that is like truly just an impressive person. Like, he's my age and he's a retail trader that's accumulated well over $100 million. And so he kind of motivated me to just dive into, I've always looked at more markets, like I said, but really just paying attention to what's moving.
Yeah, interesting.
8 million in a day.
8 million in
I could use a bit
on
of
a
that.
ski lift. He was like, yeah, I was trying to close my trade.
Guys, we're doing something wrong in our life. Definitely.
Yeah, he's
It's
incredible.
time to up the lot size.
Yeah. And he was just trading outright short GLD and SLVs. So imagine what position size you need to have in those ETFs to make that kind of cash.
Yeah, that's insane. Even if I could, I would not have the balls for that. So props to him.
He said, he goes, I should have made 20, but I don't have the stomach for it anymore. That's it. I was like, well,
just tell him, hey, sucks to suck, man.
I'm like, yeah, what kind of stomach do you need? I was like, I feel like I need gallbladder surgery if I had that kind of stomach. But
you guys are both in trades already, huh?
Yeah, we'll see. I was filled in my ES short before my my ES long before my NQ long, and they're they're right at the point, in my opinion. The indexes are right at the point where we're either going to have like a trend day up into close, or we're going to get a harder reversion if we don't hold these levels. That's kind of how I'm looking at this. If we start dipping below 25,760 in the NQ, then this day, what I'm anticipating this day to do is going to change. I'm anticipating this day to continue trending into the close at this point in time. But of course, 30 minutes later, I could have a different opinion.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm all done for the day. So good luck to you guys. And
Good
luck.
It is not.
Have a good day.
It is not Stephen Ducks. This is a anon individual that nobody would know who he is.
It may or may not be me, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, may or may not be me. But yeah, we'll let you guys take the wheel and catch you guys next time.
Guys.
See you, chat. Thanks, chat.
Bye. Have a good day. What's up, Jack?
Just still down in Florida, though it's saw some chatter in the chat earlier how the weather here isn't great, but I'll tell you what, it's better than where I come from.
I know. I heard them talking in the morning show. I think it was Craig saying that he had the heat on in his house. And I'm like, dude, you guys don't know cold. You don't understand what cold really is.
Yeah, it's I saw people when it was like 60 degrees in literally full parkas. Like, you're talking like leg length, knee length, long coats.
Wait, I need to look up the weather right now in Naples. Just want to see what it is. They're 50 degrees. Do you know what I would do for 50 degrees?
This is like the coldest it's been apparently in like 40, like, I don't know, like a really long time. I mean, I don't really mind it. I actually slept with the window crack last night, so.
Oh my God. No, I would literally love 50-degree weather right about now. I think Groundhog says, what, 6 more weeks of winter? That's great.
What Mr. Phil said, yeah.
Greg says it's cold AF in Naples. Dude, let's switch spots. I would gladly give up my weather for 50-degree weather.
Yeah, there's no pool going on, but
Oh, Jack, how's your dad?
Good. So I'm actually at my parents' house right now, but yeah, he's hip surgery, man. I mean, they told him there's so much what's it called? I guess like trauma when you're like removing a hip. So his leg's like really swollen. And but he's up and walking, had his PT here this morning. For those of you guys who don't know, in the chat, my dad had hip surgery, so I'm down here. My parents live in Naples, and just hanging out with them post surgery with my dad. But yeah, he's his spirits are high. He just wants to get back and feeling normal. But
Yeah, hopefully soon. I'm sure he's happy that you're there. How long are you there for?
I'm just gonna I'm turning around, heading back to Chicago tomorrow after the close. So not here for long.
Gotcha. Enjoy the weather while you can.
Yeah, no, I will be outside walking around while people will be looking at me like I'm a lunatic for walking outside in 50-degree weather as if I'm going to get frostbite on my hands without having.
That's awesome. That's great. All right, let's see what NQ is doing here. It's trying. I'll explain my trade in a little bit. I know someone was asking what made me trade NQ. It's really, honestly, it was the stronger one this morning. And then once we started to stall at the highs, it looked to be the more weaker one because I attempted to take a short on ES, got stopped out. I got stopped out here. I had my stops at the highs. And of course, we swept the highs by like 2 ticks or something like that. They stopped me out. But NQ didn't. NQ didn't make a new high. So I said, okay, let me just get in here. And I size light because again, NQ is not really like my forte. This isn't my bread and butter per se. So took it slow, took it light, and yeah, hopefully we can get some trims here and then full PT. My stop is at the high, and once, my first trim, once I hit this 1 micro, once this sells off, I'll change my stop loss obviously to 2, but stops at the highs. Reason being, again, is the fact that, NQ at 10:30 did not make a new high. ES did. So that was also part of the reason why I entered. We'll see, though. It came so close to my PT and then pushed back up.
What do you got your PT at?
So first trim, so I'm only in 3 micros. So first trim for 1 micro is going to be at 801.75. And, the low of that candle was 803. So we came within 2 points of my first trim, and buyer stepped in there. But then second and full PT is going to be at around 750. I will probably manage it a little bit. I want to do like the 90 EMA on the 15-minute. The first trim is 30-minute OR high, so that's where that is. I'm waiting, trying to be patient here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the Nasdaq, of course, is more volatility than the ES here. But if the midpoint of the prior day, I was really, I when I went to bed, the market looked a whole lot different than when I woke up. And my ideal entries long would have been literally at 4 o'clock in the morning, but unfortunately, these eyes need to shut. I was thinking like maybe I should just like hire an assistant to like trade things for me while I sleep. Like, hey, like just look for this. And if this happens, do this. But
let's go. Hire me. I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm so bad at delegating tasks. I just like not a skill set of mine.
I know. I'm bad at that too because I prefer to do things myself.
I've never worked in a corporate structure. So I have no idea how to like be managed or manage. Like it's just not something I've ever developed. And I was also a delinquent child, so I was never really good with, structure from that standpoint. The only structure I have is wake up to trade. What's up, mommy? Let's see, get yourself a mobile buy. Yeah, see, also I can't even. My brother is super into that stuff, and he was telling me all about Claude Code and vibe coding, and I've worked with programmers before, but at some point I'm just like, the indicators you see on my screen are something I've done with programmers, but I do have some fully automated strategies but I've always do everything with the help of other people. If you can back up here, we had that, like, one of the things I talk about often is that 5-bar move down. So anytime you're in an uptrend, on the 5-minute chart, you have 1, 2, literally, 25 minutes of selling. If we pause on that low, that ends up being the low. For this morning, we're going to have lunch here in 20 minutes, or lunch is a European session close. If we can start making new highs, great. Maybe not though. But 5 bars of selling, no more continuation thus far. If we get no more continuation to the downside, my anticipation is a new high on the day.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. I'm not liking this buying here.
Yeah, I mean, it's still anything can happen. That's just, I never try to think that I know what's going to happen, because anytime I do think for certain, I screw myself.
Market's like, well,
I'm like, oh,
you thought.
It's just, I've been so convinced and so wrong so many times that I cannot be convinced anymore.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
I never started shipping futures.
The only thing I'm really seeing here is just like on ES previous day high. If we can lose that, then I think we can start to see some selling pressure. But this 15-minute is clinging on to previous day high. And, obviously if we hold this, then you can make an argument that this is a bull flag at the highs. And then, we make that next leg up. I would say, though, if we do make a next leg up, I can see us going to, 70-17 on ES. Your long might work, Jack.
I'll let you know if it works when I've exited my position. Until then, we're not going to count it.
Dude.
We're not going to count it.
Not this push coming 2 points close to my TP and then pushing higher. It's all good.
Well, it's like when I looked at the overnight move, it's like it was irrelevant to today's action. Sometimes you come in, you see like this, huge overnight move down, and that might make you a little more bearish. Like I've come in days where I'm like, oh my gosh, look at all that hard selling. Like, and then you come in and if you just turn off the extended session, it's a completely different chart. The ES's structure specifically was really a lot more bullish. That's why the first thing I took was an ES long. I mean, as a percentage change, we're up higher in the NASDAQ right now, but the structure and the way we closed in the ES was more bullish. Like the NQ was kind of on those lows versus the ES wasn't. So that was my first bid, but we'll see. We've kind of stopped where I wanted us to in the NQ, at least.
I think this is like our third week in a row where like Sunday open, we sell off, and then by Monday morning, it's already being bought back up.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you think about what was it like? Yeah, last week it was a gap down last week. This was a little different. We drove lower.
Yeah,
I actually had some targets in just retest of higher time frame supports, but it's like whatever that fear and liquidation. I mean, the initial bid was after the first 25 minutes last night. There was a bid higher rotated into Friday's resistance, and then fell apart into basically European session open.
Yeah, I've actually been trying to stay away from Asia lately. Trying not to stay up, lose sleep. I didn't even take a look at the market yesterday till probably about like 10 p.m. Eastern. And then I was seeing like, initially we dropped down, got bought back up, and then dropped down again. I'm like, what the hell is this? I was kind of glad I stayed away. Get up earlier. Get up earlier for what?
For what?
Yeah, I used to do that where I would like lose so much sleep over Asia session. And I've said it on stream multiple times. I'd have alarms set in like 30-minute increments, wake me up, check on my position, go back to sleep. And it's just like, is it really worth it? I don't know.
Totally.
I guess it depends. Depends on my mood.
The action has to be good. It has to be. I mean, there are days where, I think even today, the overnight action was better than today's action so far. But at some point you got to weigh like your sleep. Like, cause me, I don't do well when I sleep. I'm an 8 hours a night sleeper. Like I'm a baby. I need sleep. If I don't sleep, I literally don't trade good. So I won't wake up for the open if I didn't sleep. Like if I didn't go to bed before normally Chicago time, like 10:30, like I just sleep in. Unless I have to get up like for a morning stream or something, because I know like my brain's not sharp enough. I think, longer you got everyone's doing this, you're not going to recognize your own like emotions and like your physical sense of feeling. So much of trading is really your presence in your ability to execute amongst your trade plan and like analyze the markets. And if you don't have that, like for example, like I mean, I know not everybody drinks, but shit, if I'm hungover, like I'm not trading. Like
Yeah, thankfully I don't have to worry about that stuff.
yeah. What, because you're too young or because you don't drink?
No, because I honestly I don't have any vices. Like I've just been
Yeah.
no vices. That's it.
Good for you. Adderall and Tylenol. Yeah, that's a good combo. Get rid of the headache and pump the system full of some stimulants. But yeah, no, also even sometimes coffee makes me like I pay attention how much caffeine I consume, because if I consume too much caffeine, I find myself more eager to trade and more likely to revenge trade and less patient.
It's funny, actually, I take that back. I do have a vice, and it's caffeine. I do love coffee.
I did have a cup this morning.
I did not.
No, beta blockers I've never done. I've taken like, what's it called? Like, what is that one that's like considered like an organic beta blocker? It's a mushroom. It's a mushroom
I'm not
supplement.
loving this. This movement here is not good for my shorts.
It's me versus you. If we both lose, that will suck. Watch us like me get stopped and then get stopped, and it's like nobody wins, and we both have like opposite positions on.
Actually, I might prefer that than to like have only one of us win.
Well,
It's either we both win or we both lose.
yeah. Well, if we could both win, that'd be great. So,
Yeah, I
no,
agree.
not psilocybin, but it's legal. It's a legal one. I forgot what it's called. Ashwagandha.
Oh, that's good. It's good for sleep.
Yeah. Cordyceps. Yeah. I mean, I got quite the supplement regimen. I cycle on and off different supplements, but I don't know. Is ashwagandha shroom? I thought it was like some type of thing.
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
It's not.
It
It's not.
sounds like it'd be a mushroom, to be honest.
Carlos in the chat is asking, "What's your strategy, Jack?"
My trading strategy?
Yeah,
To win. To win.
This is a trading stream, Jack.
My trading strategy. So my trading strategy consists of predetermining. So one of the things every morning and every day I'm scanning, like I'm primarily trading the majority of the same markets, but if there's a market that's moving more, I like to kind of go to like a top down selection. I was actually short Bitcoin Friday, but I don't hold into the weekend. So I was like so upset to see that crash. But like I actually thought Bitcoin was going to go higher into FOMC. And I thought that was a trade. And I clearly was wrong, but because I knew I was wrong, I was like, well, if it's not going higher, then it's going lower. And I really started to see the tape develop for a break of that higher time frame. So I'm watching markets on. I'll scan through markets on like the hourly and daily time frame, and if I can find markets that are at an inflection point where bigger traders are going to step in because of a daily breakout or a daily breakdown, I ideally will gravitate towards that market for the day. So the first thing I do is like market selection, determining a market. And there isn't always one that's like great. And like even with gold and silver, they became too volatile for me to comfortably trade, where sometimes they just, those moves were historic. Everybody knows them, but they got out of my wheelhouse as far as the comfort I was in. So first thing I do is market selection, picking markets that I think have the ability and if I'm bullish biased, to make new highs. I prefer to trade markets that are not in a range. So if the indexes are range bound, I will grab it. I will move away from them and try to look for markets that are trending. And then once I've selected my market, I use a combination of technical strategies to determine support and resistance levels. So that's step 2. Where am I buying? First of all, market selection, bias of the market, and then price selection. So once I've selected a price level that I anticipate, you got to go immediately to risk management. In risk management, for me, I measure the average true range on the 5-minute bars, and I say if I'm right, I'm day trading, right? So I'm not going to be using like large stops. I will look at what we're moving on average every 5 minutes using a 10-bar average. I will multiply that by 50%, and I will assume that that is the proper amount of risk I will be taking when I'm entering the trade. Once I get in my trade, I set a timer for 25 minutes, or I just calculate it in my head. I don't always set a timer. I really start setting a timer if I'm losing, because then I'm like, you really need to be paying attention to stuff. And if we're moving my direction within 25 minutes of that trade, I really feel like I'm able to manage the risk and kind of let my winners run. Because if I'm choosing directionally biased markets and picking great entries, and that market is moving fast in the direction that I'm anticipating, I can get, a kicker. So like right now with the Nasdaq, like my target's new highs. I'm not looking to take it to the top of the range. Like in my opinion, the market, the Nasdaq right now, like clearly the tape off the open, extremely hard drive to the highs, large reversal out of lows, VIX crashing. We're down 5% in the VIX. And there was like a CPI miss that was like outside the normal bounds, I believe, this morning. So there was also economic data to back that up. So that's like the basics of my strategy. I know that was kind of long-winded, but yeah, that's my strategy. It's not in the description.
Oh, that's my bad. I thought it was.
I don't know if I've, written that all down. I just kind of talked that off the top of my head, but that's basically just what I do. Someone asked him how he came up with the time length.
Please don't tell the story. Please don't tell the story.
Just looking at the market, hammered. No, just count it. I mean, it just works. Look at it. Just look at it.
It's 5 minutes, right? In 5-minute increments.
Yeah, it's just 5 minute. Like if you look at a lot of moves, whether they're consolidations, I was told by a great trader one time that I needed 3 components to my strategy, and it was like he said time, price, and momentum. And I really thought I had nailed price and momentum down. Like I have, like my reasons for coming up with my price levels, as everybody does, whether it's volume profile, options, gamma levels, they're a combination of both. And then I was like, okay, so I have that down. And then like momentum, like you can use like, fair value gaps, or I use like ATR bar increases. But I never thought about a time component before. And I was like, and he didn't give me any detail. It's just like, you need a time component. And so I was just like looking at the market and like trying to figure out something. And that's what I came up with. The hammered alpha strat.
I like it.
Gotta get loose, baby.
Really don't like the fact that ES is pushing here.
Well, I do.
I know you do.
I'm riding. So I'm riding. If we break out of highs, I'm probably riding this into close. Like, that's kind of how I view this.
This is moving.
Like I'm looking for 70-31s. I mean, I'll trail that, but depends on the teeter daily.
It's just a shame. It's just a shame. Came within 2 points.
Yeah, I have patented the hammered alpha strat. Sometimes you just got to look outside the box.
Dirt Dally said, "You're not gonna come up with anything drinking tea. That's for sure." That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's
Depends on what's in the tea.
freaking. Yeah, that's freaking funny though.
That is good.
Ski Matt says, "What's your strategy, Salma?" I'll keep it short and simple. I really only look at key levels, and I pair those with fibs. Right now, I don't really have any much on the NQ chart, just because I typically don't chart NQ and I don't trade NQ. But this setup looked really, really good, so I decided to take it on NQ. But yeah, I mix basically key levels, fibs, and I like to just recognize candlestick patterns. How a candlestick closes, opens, how it looks, and that's basically how I take my trades. How old are you both? I don't know about Jack, but I just turned 25.
Birthday queen. I'm 36.
That's it. My birthday month is over, Jack. How sad is that?
Oh, I forgot. It's February. It's the first trading day. First trading day of the month.
I know. I have a good feeling about February, though.
Yeah, because it's a short month.
And Dunbar says he's 38 today. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thanks for spending your birthday with us.
Yeah, I'm 36. I am 36. Bro is 36. I would show you my ID, but that would expose my address, and I know one of you doesn't show up at the house.
Mark, I don't know anything you just named, but I'm happy for you.
Let's see here.
Come on, pull back, please. A lot of people in the chat are saying now it's time to go short. Based on what?
Based on the lines.
Based on what? So RT, this is a great question. I like to look at in the morning when I get to my desk and get on the charts. I always like to look at, the daily and the 4 hours so that I can draw my fibs. Always draw my fibs on the higher time frame. And then intraday, I look at 5, 15, 30 minute. Now, that all depends on, so like, for example, I think it was Thursday where we just had like a trend day up. I was just looking at the 5 minute because there's no point in looking at any higher time frames if we're just going to grind higher, right? But on maybe like days like today, it's still early to tell. It's been only 2 hours of the market. But on days like today, I'll like to go on like the 15 and the 30 minute. But it all depends on the day. Most of my trades though will be off of the 15 and the 30, which kind of sucks because we'll be on stream for only an hour or 2 hours, and it takes a while for the setup to show up.
Yeah, the position box is something that NinjaTrader gave me, and I think they do make it available. I never knew about this, but I think it's great. Kind of consolidates and lets you know how bad you're getting your butt kicked or how good you're kicking butt. I typically don't like to look at like a cash P&L because there's one thing that ruins my trading, and that is trying to like trade a P&L. If I'm trying to trade a P&L, like I'm gonna instead of looking at the market, be like, I'm gonna get out at 25,940 because that's resistance. You're like, I'm gonna get out at 25,960 because that's where I'm up $1,000. Like bad way. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody can drop that link in here, or Ninja can make that available in their toolbox. But yeah, it tracks everything across my prop and live accounts.
They just dropped the link in the chat for anyone who wants
There you go.
Real quick too, Jack, I don't know if you signed up for it yet, but if you guys look, we have NinjaTrader has it pinned in the chat. Register to compete in the 4-way battle. That's happening in 2 days, guys. It's happening on Wednesday. It's between Kane, Leo, Nick, and XY, but anyone can join. I've signed up. I recommend everybody to sign up. Should be fun. And yeah, there's cash prizes to win.
Yeah,
So definitely sign up, Jack. I think, are you streaming on Wednesday? Hold on, let me see my schedule.
I am.
Are we together? Hold on. Wednesday, yeah, we are. Me, you, Tanya, for Trade the Close. So I'll be trading that simulated account, trying to climb up the leaderboard for that competition. But yeah, winners get cash prize. You don't really have much to lose, so definitely do it. Eddie, I don't think so. I'm
Alright,
just
I'm
doing
signed
this for
up.
funsies. Gypt really wants to know if I watch Bookmap. I will let you know I watch the tape, so I won't really answer your question, but I do watch. I'm trying to learn.
Carlos, you think I look younger? It's because I have a stress-free job.
What about it is stress-free?
I am working from home and
Actually,
not dealing with people.
I love working from home.
I had this trading company that wanted to hire me, and they wanted me in the office, and I was just literally like, no, I'm just not going to do it. Like, you guys would have to pay me a lot of money to like leave my house. It just means I got to wake up an hour earlier, and then like just takes up so much time. I'd go part-time into an office, but
Nah, I don't think, Jack, you're cut out for office. This is more your pace.
yeah.
I don't think I could do an office either.
I used to have my own office because I lived with a girlfriend, and we both worked from home, and I was like, you know what? I need an office. But during COVID, I was like, they basically locked the doors, and I was like, why am I paying for this? I can't go to it.
Yeah, I spend so much time here in this room. My office is the kitchen. That doesn't look right.
Yeah. You can find me trading at McDonald's before you find me trading at, I've had my internet go down. I was living in I used to also just like travel like all winter long. Like just lived in Costa Rica, lived in Mexico, and just like, you just can't do that when you got to go to an office.
Nice. You've lived in different places. That's awesome.
Yeah. Lived in, actually lived in this town I lived in Costa Rica. It was called Santa Teresa, which is where Giselle got caught cheating on Tom Brady. But yeah, it's blown up since I've lived there, but it was after I moved out, it was rated top 10 vacation spots in the world by New York Times. And then that just like it was like a one road dirt road. It was such a cool place to live, but I haven't been back since it kind of blew up. But
That's dope though.
yeah, Salma, I see that in your future. You won't need to shovel
What?
your drive. Watch trading on the go.
Wait. Say that again. What?
Trading on the go. I see you living somewhere fancy.
Oh, I wish. I don't know if I could really live anywhere other than Jersey though. I talk a lot.
On, whoever
I
would
talk
say that.
Dude, I talk a lot about like how much I hate
New
the weather
Jersey's
and
so
stuff.
beautiful. Come
Stop.
on.
There. Listen, I love it. Okay. I do. I really do.
You just yeah.
But
Really,
listen. I haven't been on a trip or traveled in almost 3 years, so
oh wow,
I'm due. I'm due for something.
you deserve one. Wait, did you go on the excursion, the ninja excursion? Were you on that last one?
No, I don't think I wasn't part of the team yet. Fiber
Okay.
optic says anywhere is better than Jersey. Hey, don't say that. I have gone out. I've gone to a couple
what
places.
you love about New Jersey. I'm gonna learn a lesson in gratitude as you explain to me what you love about New Jersey.
Okay, I'll start off with the best. I'll start off with the strongest thing. You ready? I don't need to pump my own gas.
Whoa.
I went to the gas station yesterday and I was just thinking about how I feel so bad for, the attendee at the gas station. I'm like, he's standing in the cold. But I don't have to get out of my car. That is the best thing. I don't even know how to pump my own gas. I don't even know what that means.
I would love to. How many times a year you fill up your gas tank, considering you work from
once a week. Once a week.
You drive that?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Where
I'm
you
driving
going?
all the time. The gym?
I don't know. Like, I mean, I live like in the city of Chicago, so like I have a car, but I almost walk everywhere. So I like never drive. I think I put 1,000 miles a year on my car.
Yeah, no. I drive a lot. Like for my car right now, I have 15,000 miles per year that I'm allowed to drive. So I needed that. I needed that for my lease.
I think you're
But I will say, huh?
you're a queen.
Oh, thank you. But someone said, Salma, you're the only person who said that. You can ask anyone from Jersey. They'll say the same thing I'm saying.
You know what? I've never
Everyone from
met
Jersey.
anybody from New Jersey because they don't leave because it's so awesome.
Dude, I'm telling you, we all hate, like we can hate on Jersey, but then we won't ever leave it.
That's a lovely
I don't
accent you
know.
have. New Jersey?
Dead. I'm dead.
This Bitcoin's not looking good, but everything else is.
Yeah, see, Pat says I've been everywhere, never leaving Jersey. Exactly. The property taxes here are pretty disgusting though. I'm not loving this
They're
push.
bad. I think they're worse in Illinois.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, but I know here it's horrible. It's horrendous. And then now we have everybody from like New York starting to move to the suburbs and they're coming into Jersey. And it's like, go away. Go away. No, I'm not Moroccan.
I have an uncle of mine who was head of global fixed on income at JP Morgan, like high up as you could get. His house in Illinois, property taxes, $170,000 a year.
What the frick?
Yeah.
Some people don't even make that in a year.
Yeah.
And property taxes are bullshit too. I'm sorry, excuse my language.
Well, in Florida, they're going to eliminate them, apparently.
Which is super cool. Yeah, for those who live in Florida, that's awesome.
It's going to instantly drive home values up like 20%.
Oh, wait, but I'm not done telling you like the greatest stuff about Jersey. We have our own beaches, the Jersey Shore. People come here to swim in our beaches. And we have amazing food, amazing bagels, amazing pizza. I put our pizza and bagels up against New York anytime.
Pizza?
Yeah. Worst beaches ever, though? Dude, go away. No, you're literally just lying.
Is there sharks?
I think so. And yeah, our beaches are always cold. I will say the water is always freezing. It's not fun. The gas pumps in Jersey Shore are not selling it. It's fine. I'm not trying to sell you guys. I think I'm going to
move to New Jersey after that sales pitch. I don't know.
Dude. I'm telling you, if you came here, you would like it.
Cold weather, don't have to pump my own gas, mid beaches.
Wait, what? What kind of beaches?
Mid.
Oh, all right.
Mid.
Tell him about. Mr. Monopoly. I've never been there. That's not my kind of scene.
All right, you know those like houses for like the TikTokers, the TikTok houses?
No idea.
So like they like get a bunch of TikTokers and they like put them in a house and like make content.
Oh no, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, I forgot what they call it, but like, I mean, not that I know a whole lot about it, but we need to do that, but for ninja trading, just like 1 week. We all go to like Costa Rica.
Dude, let's set that up. I need a trip badly.
We have a trading house. We have a film crew. We have to have a chef because nobody's going to cook.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. No, I would love that. That would be awesome. Real world Ninja Trader. Yeah, let's do it.
Nice.
If they ever did anything like that, I'm down.
Just 1 week.
The only cool thing about Jersey is getting to go to New York City anytime, Kelson says. I will tell you, I'm 30 minutes away from New York, and I hate going into the city, so that is false.
Can we get a poll on how many people would like to move to New Jersey?
GTL, baby.
No, guys, please don't come.
Laundry.
Yeah, GTL. GTL, it's a real thing. Jack,
right.
What do you know about GTL?
Well, considering I'm staying with my mother right now, I don't know nothing about laundry. But normally when I'm home, I'm doing it all.
Yeah, the only thing out of GTL that I'm doing is laundry in the gym. Yeah, I hate driving into the city too, and those tolls are rip-offs. Do you know how much it is, Jack? Can you guess
Isn't
how
it like
much the toll?
$25 to go to New York or something?
Dude, it's ridiculous. And it's like between the traffic and whatever, the gas and the mileage you're putting on your car, not finding any parking once you get into the city. It's not even worth going. Like,
So
it's
what is it?
literally
What is it called? Like how much is it?
I don't even know. I think the last time I crossed the bridge, it was like $18 or something like that.
Well, see, in Illinois, we just sell everything to like private entities, and then they charge us. So like the money, the money doesn't even get out of the state. We sold our parking, we sold the tollway, the Indiana tollway. It's like $10. They're like, oh, we have a street, we're gonna sell it to Dubai. We have parking, we're gonna sell it. Like,
Wait, what?
I have to pay some Dubai pension fund when I park on the streets of Chicago. Who made this deal?
Listen, tolls, I actually think tolls should be like outlawed. George, are you, he's asking, am I adding to my short here? No, I don't think so. If this trade works out, it'll work out. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I'm just going to leave it be. There's, nothing here really too convincing for me to add. I'm just, yeah, no, I'm not going to add. Just leave it.
No, we're just slow up here. I just wonder, I mean, if we definitely will get some liquidation if we can take out those lows at like 11 o'clock. We'll get some stop runs, but I'm just curious as how far it can go below that. We'll find out, though. I want to see, we'll count at 25 minutes from the selling started at 11:35. So 25 minutes past that is going to be 12 o'clock, which is when we're getting off the mic. But I want to see where we are at 12 o'clock. And if we've looked like we've lagged down a bit, 12 o'clock, I'll be exiting my longs if I still can and don't get stopped. But
yeah, I like the fact that, we had Euro close and then now we're starting to see some selling pressure step in. So it could have been like, European market holding us up. Could be, yeah, I would like to see us drop here. Any major news? I don't think this is news.
We're building, I think I'm not a profile expert, so somebody who's in the chat, everybody here really trade profile, but I think this would be, if we continue in this pattern, would be like a P-shaped profile if we find it set up here, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm kind of under the assumption still that we're building a P-shaped profile, which is probably going to lead into a continuation of longs tomorrow. But yeah,
it would be P-shaped if we continue to stall here at the highs. We've literally just been sideways since 10 a.m. basically. So yeah, if you did have a volume profile on, it would be P-shaped. So you're right. And then someone asked if there was news. I think it's just, we just had the 3-month bill auction and then just Euro close. So not seeing anything else.
We had an ISM miss this morning, I believe. It said CPI, but it was ISM.
Yeah, 10 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a big.
But it didn't do anything, so it doesn't really matter.
I did see some CPI data. It wasn't government related, but it was coming across the inner sphere last night that inflation was lower than expected. Now, I don't know where those numbers were coming from, if it's like some secondary source, but as long as we're building up here, I'm not interested. The thing is, I don't want to overtrade this. When there's nothing going on, the way I see my trades right now is my positioning is fairly good. Like, especially in the NASDAQ, I got long within a low that immediately reacted and then rallied for 25 minutes. We're seeing a little bit of a pullback, but it might take time to develop that next leg up. And if I dump my long or try to force a short with no real new price information, I would feel like I'm over trading here. So I haven't moved my stop yet because I don't feel like price has advanced enough to change any of the theory of original. Like if I wanted to be extremely like aggressive with my trade location stop, I would just go below the current 11 o'clock low. I think that would be like healthy. I do move stops, but like we just really haven't moved out of the range. So unless we're moving out of the range, I don't want to be over aggressive with the stop move. Either you take it off at the top of the range, or I just leave it and let the trade, continue to develop. But if I was going to manage a stop there, it would have been below the 11:05 low once we ran into the 11:30 time frame.
Yeah, and then someone in the chat asked if we had any, notable tech earnings this week. We have a lot. I would recommend, you guys look at like e-whispers on Twitter, look at the earnings calendar so that you guys are in the loop. But as far as tech, we have Amazon reporting after the close on Thursday, and then Google on Wednesday after the close. And then, we also have AMD, SMCI, a bunch of companies actually reporting.
Planeteer, I believe.
Let me see.
Tuesday?
Tuesday. I don't see it on Tuesday.
Oh,
Let me see.
I thought I heard somebody saying we have Planeteer, but whatever it's called.
Wait, it could be. There's just so many on my screen right now. No, I don't see it.
Let me look it up.
Tuesday we have AMD, SMCI, Chipotle. And then Wednesday, Google, Qualcomm, ARM. So basically a lot of tech semiconductors. Anyway, Palantir reports today after the close, does it?
There we go.
Oh, yes, it does. Yes. It does report after the close.
I knew
Sorry,
I knew
was
something.
I was looking at Tuesday and forward. I didn't even realize that they were reporting today. But yes, you're right. Look at this drop. Good thing I didn't waver. Something that I noticed is like all of last week, I would set my stop loss, I would set my TP, and just like Lumi was saying before when we got on, is that she sets her stop loss TP based off of where like the trade idea is no longer valid and not really based on like how much money she's losing. So she doesn't set it at like automatically negative $200, but rather wherever she sees invalidation on the chart. And so all of last week, I caught myself almost like micromanaging my positions a little bit too much to the point where I would, let's say, here at 11:35 when we were pushing, I could have exited 10 points away from my stop loss. I could have taken out the position. And that's what I was doing last week, is just like exiting prematurely before my stops were getting hit. And then I would watch something like this play out and then, watch my position go green, and then eventually TP would hit. And so this week I'm trying to just stay true to wherever I'm leaving my TPs and my stop losses. Trying not to micromanage too much. Like I put them there for a reason, right? So why am I bothering? Will I buy Amazon? Absolutely not. I do not trade earnings. I don't recommend anybody to trade earnings, especially these overhyped names in the Mag 7. Doesn't matter how good it looks.
Yeah, I think the better trades are days after earnings. Like, man, if you're in a short like SanDisk, I mean, not that I really dabble in those markets, but once you get that volatility pulled out of the options markets, unless you're trading the outrights, the stocks.
I mean, how about Apple last week? Looked really good. And then, gave the opportunity for everybody to play the Ivy Crush the next day. Or I'm sorry, the Ivy Flush the next day. So like I know people who trade prior to earnings and directly after, but not necessarily leading into it. And that's what I would recommend. There's no need to like risk your money. And then if you're super, super adamant about playing earnings, I would highly recommend that you buy a ton of time. And even when you think you bought enough, buy more. And then I would recommend that if you are going to play earnings, play names that aren't overhyped and they're not in the spotlight. So like stay away from Mag 7, stay away from the names that you're constantly seeing on FinTwit. Play the names that nobody is thinking about playing, because those are the names that market makers allow to actually, work out. That's just from my experience.
For sure. And if you have inside information, then you can go ahead and play it. But
yeah, that too.
And if
then
you
let
do,
us know.
can you drop it in the chat?
Yeah, please let us know.
But it's not it can't actually be inside information just for compliance purposes. But we're just looking for maybe a good feeling. No, I have not traded. Last time I traded earnings, like I just lost like $10,000, and I was like, all right, we're not going to do that again.
Yeah, that's another thing too, is like a lot of people they over leverage going into earnings, and so Jack might have $10,000 to lose, and it might not even be like a scratch to him. Whereas like some people come in with their last $1,000, throwing it into earnings, thinking this is gonna make them rich overnight, and it's like, no, what are you doing? It's the most degenerate thing that you can do. And I'm telling you guys, market makers, this is the time for them to thrive. Earnings every single quarter is when they know retail is going to pile in. They know they're going to reel you into these names and then eventually steal your money. Yeah. Don't do it.
I have a couple of friends who work at options market making desks in Chicago at some of the bigger firms, and they thrive off the they say they like that where they make their money is like when retail traders are aggressively buying in high volatility environments because the spreads are wide and they're able to probably hedge better. I don't know the exact mechanics of market making options because I'm not them, but I have friends who run some serious operations. And they tell me that's their most profitable situation. So I'd imagine the opposite side means it's a losing bet for the other individuals.
Yeah, it's not. Trust me, they're waiting for you to just think, maybe this time it'll be different. I can tell you guys, it's not going to be different.
It's not going to be different.
No, I'm sorry, Jack. Oh God. Guys, please, can we do something here? Why the chop? I mean, to be expected though, I understand. This actually happened, I think, last Monday. I was on with Tanya. We watched the first 30 minutes rip, and then the next hour and a half just go sideways and offer no opportunities. So
yeah,
another week.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
Yeah.
Famous quote by who? Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
End of week, out of the money butterflies for the work.
W. we got an educated chat. Educated. I love when I'm in 3 winning trades going nowhere. I do think Bitcoin will sell. Yeah, I really like that. That's probably my favorite out of all these trades because it's got the.
Hold up. Did you just call $1,000 gain across 3 trades nowhere? Because if $1,000 for you is nothing, then I'll take it. Jack, I'll take it.
What are you taking?
Your $1,000. Your gains.
Oh yeah, my $1,000. I thought you said $8,000.
No. You're up $1,000 across 3 trades, and you called it going nowhere. Well, I will take it.
Oh yeah, I mean we're kind of going nowhere though. I mean what I measure as nowhere is we're still within an ATR of my entry.
Yeah. No, I know.
That's going nowhere. I prefer a 2 ATR expansion from entry within 25 minutes to feel highly confident, but this trend is also like, as long as we're making higher lows, I feel secure in my positioning. in the general direction of the indexes right now. If we make a lower low, I'm going to be like, wrong, get out.
Yeah, I'm just going from like red to green, break even, back red. Jim Bob,
Hey guys.
what's
Jim?
up?
You guys doing great. I'm with you, Salma. I mean, $1,000 is nothing for our shooter friend over here in Chicago, but
Dude, since when did $1,000 become like the new $5 bill? So what are we doing here, guys? I will take it.
he's in Miami right now, Salma. He doesn't care.
I moved to Naples. We've skipped across the state.
Oh, and sweet. You got to see Delio, I hope.
No, I have not. I don't have Deli's cell. He wouldn't give it to me. He said he's like not giving you my cell, kid. You're gonna call me late at night and ask for trade advice.
No way.
I'm kidding. I didn't ask for it. No, I have such a short stint here. My dad just had hip surgery. My parents are down here. That's why I come down here a couple times a year. But yeah, my dad just had hip surgery, so I'm kind of just sticking around helping my mom out. So I really don't have time to do much visiting. But
I got it. He won't be too upset. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, thank you guys. Appreciate you. These guys are there. These guys are trading live in front of everybody. Let's give them a round of applause right now.
Thanks, Jim.
No, thank you. Appreciate everybody listening to us at NinjaTrader Live. We started off the week hot with a Sunday night show hosted by Craig Shapiro. It was fantastic. This morning's show was great with Brent and everybody. You guys were awesome. So we appreciate that. We thank you for the subscriptions, everybody, for the channel. That means a lot to me. So I appreciate everybody who subscribed. If you haven't, consider it. It's free. You just click on a button and it's good for the network. So thank you. And thanks for these thumbs up, everybody, as well. This afternoon, we are going to see Salma is coming back, right?
I don't think so. But I'll come back.
Hang on. Let me go to my cheat sheet. I have Leo, XYZ, and Salma trading the close on my special cheat sheet. Hang on, let me hit the refresh button.
I don't think so. You got Nick and Leo today.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong day? Thank you, Kevin. Mission control. All right, forget about it. It's Nick and Leo. I'm sad, Salma, you're not gonna be here, but you're gonna be back tomorrow, which is cool.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
All right. We're gonna do a really quick edge report. Thank you guys. Greatly appreciate you being here, and we will talk to you later this week.
Thanks,
Bye,
Jim.
chat. See you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, chat.
Wow, I had that. I was looking at the wrong cheat sheet. Good thing I don't cheat. E-mini S&P. This has been a really interesting day today in this particular market. I mean, we are driving higher right now. We are at the highs of the day. We're past Jack's 1, which is 7,000. That's kind of a line in the sand. Point of control is right next to it, though, which is really interesting. Like Jack was saying, capital P-shaped volume profile. He's right on point right there. We're above previous session's highs, and that point of control is just a couple of points below that 7,000 at 69.98. We're still moving up. I mean, I don't see any signs of this thing selling off. It could happen later on today. We'll find out. But we have this 0 DTE gamma wall up here, call resistance level, which is just beckoning. It's at 70.20. And right above that is that one-day min as well, just a few points above that. Call resistance is way up here at 70.50. So right now this market is pretty strong. It's quite a bit. More targets to the upside, though. Don't get fooled just because we went through Jack's 1. There's a lot of distance between price and VWAP. VWAP is pretty far away right now. Again, buyers are in charge right now. It could be a trend day up all the way. Alternatively, I would look for kind of a retracement, maybe not all the way down to 38.1%, but somewhere there. As long as we're trading above high vol level, in my humble opinion, 69.70, we should be continuing to push up higher right now. So keep an eye on that on the downside. We shouldn't probably trade below that today, but anything could happen, of course, going into the end of the day. Let's check out gold really quickly here. Gold, similar, not quite as an acute P-shaped distribution, really a Gaussian distribution kind of biased to the top side right here. We had only a couple of candles where we traded kind of below that 45.66 level. VWAP has kind of been just right in the middle of the day today. It's almost horizontal. It's right at that put support level at 44,700. We have all the gamma levels really tight. Jacks 2, Jacks 3, one-day min, all bunched together here. And we've been trading north of those levels ever since the London IB breakout to the upside here. So we're kind of stabilizing here, kind of price happiness right now. I'd focus on this on the value area right now. The bottom of the value area is at 46.58, and that one-day min gives us a great place for stops if you're trying to get long. Alternatively, that VWAP there is also kind of a good guide for where to enter and where to put your stops at. So we'll see what happens with gold right now. It's kind of probably settling down a little bit here on the session. Remember that the daily chart looks pretty ugly. That piercing line of yesterday's candle, 50.57, that's a line in the sand for me. Sellers are in charge right now, and we have this wick dangling all the way down here, almost to where we opened this calendar year at 43.19.70. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. As I mentioned, 2 o'clock start. Remember, we're not starting at 2:30 anymore. It's a 2 o'clock start this afternoon with me and Craig. Tracy is out at some meetings in Saudi Arabia. She just texted me, landed safely. All is good there. Having said all that, hopefully we'll see you to trade at the close with Nick and Leo. Until then, have a nice, relaxing lunch. Talk to you soon.